Silent nights recalling you, a souvenir of what it could be. Pieces of my mind are yours. I forgot the parts I'm missing. I pretend that we are okay, like nothing's ever broken. And I pretend that we are dancing, like the nights are never
Keep forgetting about that. Alright. Salut, gars, and welcome back to my stream. And today, I'll be playing another GBA game, and this was requested by Buggy, my older cousin. And today I'll be playing Hajime Ippo, the fighting. And of course, tell by the title, the second part, really, it's gonna be like a fighting type game, and it's like a boxing, as I saw like in some images. Excuse me. Now, I just want to say, right now, literally earlier in the morning today, it was pretty bad. Like, the weather was pretty bad. It was like the negatives. Like when I woke up, I saw it was at like -4 or -5. But it kind of fluctuated between those two numbers. But yeah, it was pretty bad. But at least it got a little better. Went back into the positive, so it's like 9 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's still bad. But yeah. Oh yeah, and also it's pretty. I might have no school Monday, and heck, I probably even heard no Tuesday because it's that bad. But yeah, and yeah, also earlier this week, I also started on Wednesday actually, when Buggy was over, I was kind of like I had kind of like a headache, kind of cough. It wasn't that bad. It was something I could deal with, I guess, while he was there, but I decided to just lay down after, like, he was gone. But yeah. I think I'm watching that anime, but I'd rather bitch Baki. Oh, hey, Brad, welcome to my stream. That's Brad, right? Yeah, that's Brad. It's been a while since I've seen you. A while. Oh yeah, I also watch Baki as well, with Buggy. It's like I was even watch one episode, but like we do this like wheel thing. Well, it's been a while since we've done that. We always do it with Grimmage, but Grimmage kind of went away. Like, I don't want to talk about that again. But anyways, on Thursday though, there was school on Thursday. I didn't go to school on Thursday because I was severely sick. Luckily, that was on one of these days though, so it affects my stream, but at least I got better. Like on the same day I was absent on school. But yeah, I had a headache. I was like turning around my bed. It was so bad. It was not a fun experience. But yeah, but I'm feeling much better now. Since then, I don't know why, but um, been experiencing clogs in my ear. Like it kept going back and forth. Like, oh, I'm clogging this ear. I'm not clogging this ear. It's weird. Actually, I don't think I ever experienced that. I know I experienced like my nose being clogged, like going back and forth. I know I've experienced that before. But yeah. And also, I remember coughing a lot more. When I was sick there, like on Thursday. But my cough went down. And I don't think that cough was that bad as like a year ago or something. Because I remember my cough. I remember my cough was consistent. Like it was consistent. It was like going like constant. It was going every single like second. I was going like coughing every single time. It was literally involuntary as well. I couldn't stop. Pretty sure it was also when I went back to the Grim and Josh channel as well. Like that point as well. So I still didn't sign into Discord. I don't know what's going on. My password is right, but it looks like my Discord doesn't like me. Oh. Well, I mean, I know you can create a new. I know like Discord needs you to create a new account or not. God, not account. Needs to have a Google account. So, and I know you can like easily make a new Google account. I remember doing that before. It was kind of a pain though because I forgot like some phone number thing. I don't know if it was the Google thing or the Discord thing, but I know you can make a new Google account and you can use that just to sign up to make a new account for Discord. I know you can do that. Jeez. But yeah. Anyways, I have 1,786 subs. Jesus. 5 views and 7 likes. Alright. Anyways, we have Creeper, Diego, Caleb, and Buggy in the talk zone.
Hello, everyone.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry you've been feeling sick lately, Josh. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you've been sick lately.
but you're feeling mostly better now.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling fine now.
Yeah, I
That's
feel
good.
fine. So yeah, sounds good though.
But I'll be honest,
So yeah,
when you visit on
we
Wednesday, I
feel you're fine.
was kind of sick. When you were there, I was kind of sick.
We know, but
Oh, well, I'm
you were
glad.
there,
I'm glad that
so
I
you
didn't
know.
catch anything.
Wait, so you're not feeling better now?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I said I was okay. But it wasn't as bad on Thursday though.
Yeah.
So I actually didn't. I didn't see like the very beginning of
Bagel.
your
Oh, hey,
stream.
Hey, Bagel.
Hey.
So I don't know what.
Oh, by the way, hi, Caleb.
This is gonna be interesting. Like this whole day's gonna be interesting. Like the next few days are actually gonna be interesting, and you could probably see why it's going to be interesting.
Well, I mean, you mean because of the weather?
Yeah, the weather's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Do you know the northern central part of the United States? Is it a risk of exploding trees? Exploding trees.
the
Okay, that one
How
is
does that
interesting.
work? What?
Okay, because of rapidly shifting temperature and the ice crystals like rapidly forming, it can actually like bust open trees.
Wow.
It's probably too
So
much
yeah,
pressure.
it's supposed to get down to like -40 in those areas.
I think it causes too much pressure
Yeah.
to
Oh,
cause that to happen.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah,
So no
Jesus
lot of
Christ.
pressure can
Negative
like cause
40.
things to burst
No,
open.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing
that's
this right.
around that's the area around the Great Lakes in that area.
Yeah. But I've heard things can burst open.
Oh,
like, when you
and you
put
wanna know
too much
something funny?
pressure.
It hasn't even snowed in Texas since, like, it hasn't even snowed in my area since 2021.
Dang.
That was during the
Yeah.
deep freeze.
Oh my gosh. That's quite like interesting.
Like corn the cob. What the okay.
But Josh, I don't know how you introduced the stream, but this game you probably mentioned it is based on an anime.
I didn't say that. I also said it was just fighting, but
Yeah.
but it seems to be an anime.
So I've listened to this
Oh, I just realized.
I
Oh, never
you
mind.
know,
Never
but
mind.
I
Don't
think
do
you're
that.
familiar with the song Stacy's Mom, right?
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, I've been listening to that and I actually like it. Like,
Yeah, it's a classic.
yeah, like both the original and the cover by Bowling for Soup.
Ooh.
Like,
But yeah, this game is based off of like a
oh my god,
slice
why
of
isn't my
life
Spotify
and
working?
fighting anime. It's
I have no idea.
it's got action, it's got comedy, it's got like heartwarming scenes. It's a very good anime. It's more than just box. But from the little bit of this game that I did play, seems like it doesn't really go into the story. It's just the fighting.
Oh.
At least that's what it seemed from what I played. And the controls seemed to be a bit difficult, but that might just be because I was playing on my phone.
Yeah. I forgot. No. Okay. Oh. Fuck. Now ba. I don't even know where I put that. Treasure video games. Alright. So this is it. Also, this is a fan translation I downloaded as well on the wrong thing, so.
Now, if it happened to also find the controls difficult, it may just be because it's originally a Japanese game, and Japanese games tend to be more difficult.
Okay, stop. Okay,
See, no story. No story, just goes right into it.
okay. That was that mode. Story mode, tournament mode, force mode, customize mode, option mode, just exit. What's option? Why say option mode? Like, I mean like just options.
Yeah.
No data. Data. Vertical data. Customize. Okay, I kinda still look at Pinocchio. Alright, there's that guy. Alright, well, Jesus, dude. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do story mode, obviously. 'Cause that's the main game. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. I like that.
Why isn't my Spotify working properly?
Oh, wait, what happened to what?
Oh no.
What time? God. This top. Okay, that. Move closer. I need to turn it down a bit. Alright. Here we go. Okay. Gym sparring. 4, round 3. What? Okay. I don't know. It's jumping me in. I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't. There's no tutorial. I mean, I'm blocking. I mean. Okay, this is a problem. I don't know. G? I mean, wait, why did I say G? Okay, there we go. It's B. Alright. Okay, alright. I see. Okay. Block. Okay, it's lagging. I can't. Oh, they just did that move there. I'm probably not gonna be playing this game for 4 hours. Like, I might just check it out and, like, yo, whatever. Oh!
Dang. Uh-oh.
Oh gosh, dang it! Watch out! Uh-oh.
Ooh! Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. Oh, take that, bitch!
Dang.
Yeah, take that!
Oh. God! My son is
Watch out.
exploding my ears.
Come on, watch
Whenever
out!
it shows his face, he's gonna do a special move.
I know. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
you better watch out.
It's just lagging.
Because-
it's very bad.
Because,
Okay, I thought I was blocking.
wait, why is the lagging?
Okay, wait.
Wait a minute, why is it lagging?
Oh, what's that? Okay, oh, okay, I can, like, cover damage, increase up, down limit up. I mean, probably recovered. Like, that's my health, right? That's my...
Yeah.
Okay, I want to do that, because I kind of got hit.
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch. Okay. I gotta pick multiple stuff. I don't know what these exactly mean. Spirits.
I think the down limit is like how long you stay down for if you get knocked down.
Oh. Sure. I mean, why can't I just get each one of these? I mean, all these must be good. What the hell is that?
Oh, that was your coach. That was
Okay, that makes sense.
the head coach of the gym.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello?
Where's the microphone if this thing still sounds
bitch!
loaded?
Oh, block. But fuck you!
God, why are you so lagging?
Sounds like
Oh,
Josh is having
shit.
fun.
I was trying to feel like when he stops with
Oh
his...
no.
Oh,
Okay, glad I blocked that one. Oh, he actually just like... Damn, I'm getting bloody. I'm getting bloody. I'm getting bloody!
Yeah, what?
That was... Okay.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, that sounded funny when I hit him like that. That's glitch, that glitching sound. Oh, come on. I thought he was gonna... Okay, alright.
Yeah, it's like.
Okay.
That.
Alright. No damage.
Why is it so lagging again?
Motivation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, motivation.
So wait, you just lost 2 rounds.
I don't know what's going on. I mean... Round 3. Come on, I was trying to... Come on, dude. I was trying to...
Oh, for God's sake!
Ugh, come on, dude. Just like opening it up for him. What the fuck? Just hit him. Okay, I see that on the outside there. Oh, jeez.
Oh shit.
Let me test out the buns.
You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I thought you were doing great.
Nice. Break through his guard.
Oh shit. That was wrong timing. God, I can't like... Okay.
Also, don't feel bad. In the anime, Ippo gets knocked down multiple times before he finally gets a win on Miata.
Okay.
And as you progress, you get to learn multiple special moves, which will be very useful, I'm assuming. If it's following the story, then as you progress, you learn different moves that you can use. And I'm assuming that's what the spirit bar is for. Like, the spirit bar is probably for using special moves.
Okay, moving on to the final round.
Nope. Ugh, come on, dude. Okay. Ooh.
There actually is one for the Nintendo DS that was
okay.
highly rated, but fortunately you need touch controls.
Whoa. Oh shit.
Dang. Yeah, Miyata's no joke. In the anime, Miyata is like one of the top fighters. And that is Ippo's first opponent in the ring.
That's crazy. It seems out of order. Ugh, my god, dude.
I'm surprised that they didn't show any part of the story leading up to this.
Yeah, like, just jump me in. Like, what the heck? Like, I'm very confused. That's a pause, okay.
Oh, wait,
Actually,
hold
won.
on. It said commandless. Oh, you won the round.
Yeah, I think it's for the wait. I
Did it,
think
really
it's for,
did it, coach.
I think it's for the round. Well, congrats.
Nice.
Congrats.
Very nice. East Japan Rookie King Tournament semifinals, 4 rounds.
Okay. Unless it's just in case it like crashes or something.
Oops.
I mean,
All right. Hayami.
oh, okay. Okay, it's very.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oops.
Whoa, he did
Dang.
a lot of them.
God dang it.
That was a huge flurry of punches he threw.
Yeah, what the heck? Where did he get those from? Like, I gotta... What did I just do there? I just did something different there. Just wait. Oh!
Oh no.
Oh no.
So I'm guessing when my gloves are like turning red.
Is he getting faster?
That's when I can't block. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like he's doing the side to sides to push your gloves out of the way.
Yeah, that's right.
What I'm doing. Fuck. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Boo! Okay. I heard a lot of boos in the background.
Damn.
Gosh dang it. What the heck?
Ugh,
Bloody
God. Okay.
When you click next round, press pause and look at your command list
Okay.
just to see what's there.
Okay, alright. Also, I think this guy's supposed to be like shouting like cupping his mouth, but honestly, looks like he's propping his head on. What the Like, did he get decapitated? What? Like, it looks like those he's propping his head on.
Yeah, I see it. I see the guy. That's the guy who says, if my head wasn't attached to my shoulders, I would lose it. Literally.
What the heck?
You know what's funny? My wife had no idea that you were going to be streaming a Japanese game, and she got me sushi today.
Wow. Can I do it here? Oh, I can do it here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, alright, yeah, so it's long. Okay. So I could do a long
Hold on.
upper.
This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make
What
any
the heck is going
sense.
on?
Why does it say you can do a gazelle punch?
I have
Hold on.
no
You're fighting
idea.
and the Dempsey roll. Hold on. Hold on. This is out of order. Should not have access to the gazelle punch or the Dempsey roll at this point in the story.
What the
The
fuck?
Dempsey. Okay, the Dempsey roll is literally your finisher. That is your best move. Is the Dempsey?
Mm,
That is Ippo's signature move.
okay. Yeah.
But you can only pull it off when you have a direct hit on him and it stuns him.
Jesus
Like that's the best
Christ.
time to do
The
Dempsey roll.
fuck? Okay.
Gazelle punch is also really useful, but again you have to wait for the right time. If you wanna stun someone, go for a liver blow. Liver blow will stun someone. And that's in real life. Like that's in real life too.
Oh. Okay.
Because if you hit someone directly in the liver, it sends like a nervous system shock.
Why?
It sends them into shock.
Dude, this is a lot of memorization. I can't do that.
Well, it's kind of like any other fighting game in that sense.
Right, right. Because no, I didn't mean to exit. Whoops. Okay, I can continue.
4-round 2 KO match.
Why do I kind of feel like parodying Stacy's mom? Because I've been
Try
listening
that.
to it for like the past few minutes, and it makes me want to parody it so much.
What are you gonna do? Like, whose mom are you going to make it about?
No, how about her dad?
Wait a minute. Should do a Carl Weezer cover. That Carl Weezer singing about Jimmy's mom.
Dude, I gotta figure out.
Or better yet, I could just do my own voice and sing about her dad. like you know, instead of her mother, it's her dad. Oh my
Stacy's
God.
dad.
Why can't I click?
Yeah.
Wait, why can't I click continue?
Probably changed the
Stacy's
lyrics.
dad is
Yeah, I played
such
it
a
last
fucking
earlier.
Chad.
I have no idea.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What the? Why can't I
God.
click continue?
He's
That's
got all
weird.
the abs and I'm down.
Okay, I can't click continue for some reason. Okay, never mind. Okay.
So bad. Yo, that works. Like
Like,
you can
maybe
rhyme
you should
Chad
continue.
and down bad and like
Well, that was
other
weird.
things. Yeah, you can make it work for sure.
Dude, I can't do this.
Just like go to a rhyming dictionary and type in the word dad.
Yeah.
Dude, this just melts my brain. Like, this is not. I don't play these type of games, so like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Okay, so when it says like up plus B, it's not saying to do up and then B. It's saying to do and B at the same
Oh,
time.
Diego just left.
So
Oh.
you hold R, or is it saying you hold R and then do and then B? I'm not sure, but normally when it says that it would be no wait, is it? You would think it would be up and B at the same time because they're added, but maybe it's in sequence.
That's what I thought too. I'm trying that. Nope. Oh. I'm just. Okay, why was it frozen there? That was weird. I don't want to see his armpit. That's disgusting. What?
Ooh.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta...
All right. Oh, that was Caleb.
Yeah, just
Caleb
left.
left.
Oh no.
Turns.
I was just switching from my phone to Xbox.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Ugh.
Maybe you should press
Fuck. Okay.
the next round, or maybe you should stick with down limit up. I don't know.
Okay, do that.
Whatever. Maybe you should stick with the next round.
You say stick with queer with a dick file? What the?
What the?
What are you talking
What?
about?
I wasn't saying that.
Okay, I'm trying to like figure out like. I'm looking at these different moves.
Like,
Like
what
obviously
the
not being
fuck?
clear, like if you're supposed to like do it at the same time or do it in
Like, buddy,
sequence.
but I wasn't talking about. But I'm
wasn't talking to you.
just saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Look at the Dempsey roll. It says hold R and then left plus right plus B. You can't do left and right at the same time, so that leads me to believe that they are in sequence when
Okay.
it says plus.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Combos. They were kind of doing a lot of those too. It's a lot of BBs. I don't know. Alright, 10 views, 7 likes, and same number of subs. No, okay, that's what I want.
You know, we should totally clip that part where we thought about where I was thinking about the
shit.
parody. Like,
I'm just trying to like. That's not good.
Yeah, if your gloves get red, like if they get red for too long, then they're about to get knocked out
Right.
of the way, I think.
Right, yeah, that's kind of what I thought too. Okay, he's blocking. No. Ooh, Pizza Ba! I don't know what I say.
oh my god, I forgot to add the song 96 Quite Bitter Beings into my favorites. I forget that song. I've been listening to it for like days.
Oh my no! Oh my god!
I'm talking about 96
Damn.
Quite Bitter Beings, by the
This
way.
is so bad, dude.
Well, that was
Ew.
so fast.
Ew.
Why are you
Bitter
so
beans?
lagging?
Beings,
Oh,
not
that guy.
beans.
What?
What?
Beans.
Like, you've
Dude,
probably
I-
heard of a CKY, right?
Fuck.
Okay, dodge that.
I think you've mentioned it before.
Yeah.
I'm trying to just do
Yeah, I've
every
mentioned it,
fucking thing I can. Okay, why is it red? It was like red. It was frozen.
Full band
Yeah,
name.
also the lag
know?
also
Oh, I
Discord,
don't.
too.
I mean, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
remember it
can't-
by abbreviation, probably.
Oh.
Oh, goodness.
What's the full name?
Can't kill yourself. That's the actual name.
Like,
Oh, well, as long as it's a band name. I mean,
Yeah.
hold on. Okay, so maybe just mostly just Boom Boom. So I noticed that.
I mean, I remember being in high school and listening to a band called Suicide
most of these
Silence.
are just hold
So
on, and like some.
And I mentioned the song Subliminal by Suicidal Tendencies on Grant's on one of Grant's streams. You know, the Willy Wonka stream?
Yep.
That I actually frequently watch that stream, but for certain moments. That doesn't mean I'm gonna become a fan of Grant ever again. Like, I just like that stream.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
it's so sad.
Do it.
It's so sad when a
Like, you
Jedi
know,
turns
those-
to the dark side.
AKA when Grant Mitch turns to the dark side. Grant Mitch was a Jedi. And he just turned to the dark side.
Come on.
I loved you like a brother, Anakin.
Yeah. Like, I'd basically consider myself someone on the dark side, but now, like, guess
Man,
I'm in the light.
I stepped into the light a long time ago, and I'm not looking
Can't
back.
do the moves. I can't.
This might be I'm just wondering, is it normal to, like, as a teenager go through, like, somewhat of an edgy phase?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
completely
what's
normal.
going on?
Yeah, me, for instance.
To be-
What happened? Oh, we lost Caleb.
This is like
You
the
got
second.
disconnected.
Yeah, sorry about that. I like accidentally
Ooh,
clicking
shit.
party instead
I
of
don't know
Discord, and
what
it
is.
kicks
It
me
says-
off.
Fuck.
I'm so sorry about that. Anyways, what I was trying to say is that, like, I used to see, like, a lot of, like, gore videos because, like, I thought it would make me appear, like, cool and edgy, but now looking back, I feel like I was really stupid for doing that.
Yeah.
You know, when I used to watch that stuff, I didn't watch it because I thought it was cool or edgy to do so. I watched it because I thought it was a good thing to
Like,
look
this-
death in the face
can't-
because
I
it would
don't know
make me more mature.
Like,
Okay, why would you-
Why is this hitting me? Yeah,
At the same time, stare into the
Okay, well,
abyss for too long, and the abyss stares back into you.
Whoa, I didn't.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, but why he does have a
It's a
prophecy.
quote. It's a quote, and it means
Yeah, I know
that-
it's quote.
and it means that if you dwell in darkness for too long, the
daylights.
darkness dwells in you. Basically,
18 views. Not 18 views, yeah. 14.
like it consumes you if you dwell there for too long.
Oh, shit.
Which is obviously no bueno.
Yeah. Come on, let me smash this window game. I'm playing GTA right now, so.
Just, I can't. Okay. Wait, I'm not even. Okay.
Codex Mortis. There's one thing that you need to know about that game. Someone made that game with the assistance of AI.
God, I didn't mean to do that, dude.
Did you hear me?
I have no idea what you're talking to.
The game that I recommended for a stream, Codex
oh, yeah.
Mortis,
oh, yeah,
was made
that
with
game.
it was made with the assistance of AI. So if you're not cool with playing a game like that, I understand. But I think, you know, I watched my uncle play it for like 4 hours yesterday. And think it'll make for an entertaining stream, and
Wait, what?
whether it's made
Honestly, I'll give it a try. I don't care about the AI part. I'll just see what it is.
with the assistance of AI
Game
or not,
called?
it's trending. It's free to download. It's a demo called Codex Mortis.
I don't think I can get it on Xbox because I don't think. Can I even get Steam on Xbox?
No, I don't think so.
No.
That's actually ridiculous. To be honest, they actually should like have Steam on Xbox.
that
You have
is
like a
ridiculous.
bigger library of
Xbox.
games.
Xbox is known for games, obviously. Come on.
It's proprietary.
Stupid.
But yeah, that game is very hectic. Like by the end of a level, you'll be swarmed so much.
What?
That's bad guy.
Baddies.
Panties? Okay, what the fuck?
Yeah. But nowadays, when I hear baddie,
Now
I
I'm
just
playing.
think of a, that kind of baddie.
I'm gonna do it.
Ah!
I mean, when I'm starting hitting him.
When
I do that.
when Bagel thinks of baddies, he thinks of Adam Eve.
Oh!
Shut the fuck.
In his butt.
I'm kidding.
No shame, no shame. You can be into 2D girls. It's fine.
Yeah. True.
Buggy, I have a
Yeah, what's up?
question. Since you told me you've
fuck.
read the Bible before, I was wondering, should I start in Genesis or should I start in Matthew?
Always, always, always start from the beginning when you're reading any holy book.
Oh shit, bye.
I think that is a mistake, personally, because you're skipping over a lot of context of where the religion started.
That is important. Oh, right his nose.
That's like taking the toppings off of a pizza and eating it without the crust, and then eating the crust later or something.
Wait. Oh, actually, I could have responded with that,
Hang on.
with that, Charles Bronson meme, like,
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Like, starting with the Gospels is like eating your pizza toppings and then eating the crust of the pizza later.
Wait. Boo!
Like
But,
the entire circle of crust and dough. Just ignore that. Ignore that and just eat the toppings. You're missing out on the dough, on the crust. And that is the foundation. That is the foundation of the toppings of the gospel. Is Old Testament.
Old Testament.
Oh, they know that.
So far, I'm in the Old Testament, and so far, I'm in Exodus 30.
Oh, and by the way, when you get to that long list of names and like preceding generations of people, you can pretty much just skip past that part because it's literally just listing a bunch of names.
Oh yeah, I've read Matthew. I've read Matthew before. It's just like it's like Isaac, son of David, Jesus,
Indeed.
son of Joseph. Just a whole bunch of
the genealogy part is not that important, at least for like a basic understanding. But yeah, as a non-religious person, I think it's cool to learn about religions because it's important to a lot of people.
Right.
So I just killed a few people on what is essentially the like the what's it called, like Walk of Fame? I don't know.
What the hell?
Oh, never heard of it.
Cold.
Like Windows.
Yo,
Yeah, dude, my windows are so drafty.
Oh, I
Surprisingly,
think Caleb
I'm not
uses
cold,
that.
but my windows are.
17 views.
I guess it's because glass
yeah.
it gets cold pretty quickly.
We had to leave our faucets and tub trickling. Otherwise, the pipes would have froze last night because it got to -20.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, so this might be off topic, but
Oh, hell
apparently,
no.
in my classroom, like one of my classmates is like cousin's a YouTuber with like 2 million subscribers.
back.
What?
Wait, what's that?
Wait, what?
What's that YouTuber?
BYAAACK.
Dang, that's crazy.
YouTuber called. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Lives in Calgary, but I don't know. I always find it feels weird. It always feels like weird when you know someone that's related to someone who's popular. It just
Yeah,
like
I
feels
know.
weird.
I mean, when I was growing up, there would always be that one kid who claims he's related to Chuck Norris or something. I mean,
Okay, that's a little that's less believable.
well, I mean, it's the same kind of thing, right? It's just the new wave of kids. It's like saying you're related to someone who's popular online. It's the new thing. Instead of celebrities, now they're relating to, you know, media influencers online. And
I actually like found out they're legit related because I accidentally.
What?
Okay. And I trends list and like the YouTuber he was talking about was there.
oh, the plot ticking.
Tickened? What the
Oh well, that was. I'm not even gonna say what that was a reference to because that might entice someone.
Holy shit.
Let's just say it was a reference to a sitcom that a certain someone likes.
Ew.
Let me guess. Is it who I think it is?
Yes.
I'm back.
Yeah, we don't even need to mention their name.
Fuck no.
Yeah, let's not.
Man, I'm just
Matt. What?
gonna
Yo,
play
that's
what I'm
what Josh
doing.
is doing
5.
tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Josh is going to be playing GTA 5 Enhanced for his Sunday stream tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, okay.
Wait.
Me and Caleb are playing
What did
GTA
they-
right now.
When did they make GTA 5 Enhanced?
Well,
I'm
you're
just playing
playing
regular
GTA 5.
GTA
I mean-
5.
Yeah, there's enhanced version.
GTA
I found
5.
that out too.
I didn't know
guess-
about that either.
Yeah, but that's on Steam.
Yeah, me either.
You can't play it because it's
Uh,
on Steam.
I'm playing the Xbox Series X and S version. Actually, I have
S
two
version?
versions. I have Xbox One version and Xbox Series X version.
Yeah, why does it need that many versions? Like, this is like a huge problem I have. Like,
Well,
and
because
considering the crossplay, and like, what about the crossplay? There's no crossplay. Like, you could only play with one specific play. You could only play with players that are using the same console as you.
Console.
Hey, Josh, are you taking a break or what?
I'm honestly like. I mean, I kind of,
Wait,
you
wait.
know, I wanted to, you know, at least check out this game, at least. But like, I don't know, like. I can't get around with games like this. I can't. And plus, this one doesn't really do a good job with the story too, even though I don't really know nothing about it. But it seems like it does.
I will agree with you on that point and that point alone. Like, okay, I used to play fighting games all the time that had crazy combos. Like, for instance, the Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi series, which has crazy combos. I enjoyed learning combos and implementing them in battle, but that's not for everyone. I understand that. I can respect that. But I definitely agree with you. If it's gonna be called story mode, they should actually include the fucking story of the anime.
What? Like
Yeah.
it's not like it's more like a tournament mode that like the other one. Like what?
Yeah, exactly. It's just tournament mode. If there's no story involved,
Yeah.
like okay, yes, you are fighting the fighters that Ippo fights in order. You're fighting the fighters that he fights in order in the story, but there's no context. There's
Right.
literally no
It
context
jumps you
given.
right in.
Yeah, it's
And
copyright.
here's the problem. Here's my main gripe. My main issue with that problem with story mode is that in the anime, Ippo gets
Yeah, so I'm gonna get rid of
right,
this.
like they do, like, oh, this guy's special move is this, or oh, like he's particularly like good at this, or he's not good at this, or whatever. Like they
Hey,
should be like, okay, so your next fight is this, you're going up against him and his special move is this, whatever. Like they should be doing that.
Yeah,
Like
what?
just to like be like, this is what's next in story mode, and here's what you can expect, like a little cutscene with the coach or something.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So because of the failure of story mode, I cannot in good faith give this more than 4 out of 5. And
Right.
anything more would be disingenuous.
Yeah. I mean, not even story mode,
But
just instructions at all. Like, it should give me. She should have definitely included a tutorial or something. I mean, let's say at the bottom leaves like include the command list, but like even that, like, I don't
now,
know.
like I said, the Nintendo DS, the Nintendo DS version of this game got much better reviews in general, and I'm assuming that's because they actually incorporated the story and the controls were probably better.
Right.
Because your special moves are easier to perform because like it'll actually show the pattern that you have to trace with your touch
Okay.
screen. Like you tap what it does, like you tap the move that you want to do, and then you trace the movement that you have to do. Like with the Dempsey roll, you have to do a figure 8, and then you have to do the tap, right? And that completes the move. Like I watched a video and it looks really good, but unfortunately you can't do it on an emulator that's not on your phone.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay.
So
Okay,
yeah, just because the story mode is so disappointing, I have to give it 3.5.
It's not even a story mode. It's not.
Yeah.
And I'm only rating it that highly because I know the characters, I know the series, and I'm very fond of it, so I have to at least give it 3.5 just because. And I feel like if I put some time in, and learned the combos, I would enjoy it more.
Oh, and another reason why Grant is a deleted user is because he deleted his account.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
he's
there's
just
that,
rumbling.
but he was also kicked from the server, and after he was kicked from the server, I assume is when he deleted it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did do that after.
Yeah, I think we could.
I'm done with that.
He was like, okay, and I brought this up with you, Josh. He was literally only still on Discord to spy on us.
Right, definitely.
Yeah. Then he just created alt accounts to slander you.
Yep. Alternate accounts to
Yeah.
slander. Very nice. Very
Wait,
benevolent
wait.
of you.
How is he slandering?
He was calling
Caleb,
he was
you-
calling Buggy a
You
pedophile.
don't remember?
He was calling
Oh,
Buggy
don't
a
remember?
pedophile.
You
I don't
were-
remember.
You said something.
I
Okay,
remember.
we
Oh, wait,
can-
I remember.
Yeah, we can just leave it at allegations. I don't want to go into it. But yeah,
Alright, I'm gonna say plus them too. Like, I'm gonna just play.
you know there was another person that was involved with us
Oh, come on.
that tried to say the same thing whenever he turned his back on us too. Same kind of shit. I don't know why that's the go-to. Like whenever someone that doesn't like you, they immediately try to slander you.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
just
Looks-
leave them alone. Stop going after them. There's just no
Once
point.
this might sound
We know.
this might sound a
That's
little
when
bit
you. That's when
unrelated,
you
but
don't. So that's why
someone
you don't eat.
someone
you
at my
have to feed.
school someone accused me in front of people at my school of touching their little brother to make me sound like a creepy person.
Hang it.
Oh my god.
What on earth is going on?
Yeah, man, I honestly, Caleb, I have not known you as long as Josh, but I can tell
it?
just by talking to you and how devoted to your faith that you wouldn't do something like that.
Yeah,
You can
exactly.
get that there.
Yeah, I wouldn't
That's
do that
fine.
either. Like,
I
No,
only
fuck
like
no.
I only end
Yeah,
up
heck
saying
no.
some
Just why do you have to do
I
that?
only end up saying something mean about someone if they like really piss me off.
yeah, like for example, I'm not calling Grant a pedophile, and
Yeah,
I shouldn't have
even though you
to.
get up Discord.
Bro. No, he knows that I have a wife that is 19 years older than me. How does that say anything about me in the other direction? My wife,
Yeah.
my wife is literally older than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
Unless
retard.
he's talking about how, unless his ass is talking about how you hang out with us, which he hanged out with us too. He hanged out with But me and Caleb, Caleb, Creeper and Diego, as well as a few
Yeah.
others. He hanged out with us, and we're minors.
We know.
Right,
But
and just like him, as an adult, he never was inappropriate with you guys. I was never inappropriate with you. You thinking Super Mario Maker?
Oh wait, oh, it's taking me to the fancy barber shop.
What's going on?
What?
All right, I guess I'm gonna go to the fancy barber shop in GTA.
Kill my camera like that.
Do I even have enough money to afford Bob Mullet?
To abort? What?
No.
What?
It sounded like you said abort.
No
I said, do I have
idea.
enough money to afford Bob Mullet?
Oh. Wait,
Ugh.
Bob Mullet?
Yeah, like it's like a fancy barber shop in GTA.
Poop
Oh,
shop.
okay.
Ew.
Oh,
I haven't played it, but I've watched people play it. That's really my only experience with it. My uncle used to play the game, but He got tired of the toxic environment.
Oh.
I like GTA Online. I just don't like the people that constantly grief. Like I literally
Yes.
had someone who was hunting me down the entire time. Every time I respawned, he would like track my location just to grief me
But
again.
here's the problem that my uncle pointed out.
We're gonna get another one. Ugh. What the hell's going on? What the hell is in Discord? Like, it just crashed. Like, straight up. Like, what the what the hell? Like, it just gone. Like, how the Ugh. Mine. Seriously. Is this on? Hold on. I'm gonna connect these. I can't do this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get tissue. Shit. Ew. Yeah. Ew. Ugh. Ugh. Can't do this. Ugh. Ugh. What the fuck? Okay. Turn on. Oh no. It just closed again. I have to restart my computer. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Seriously, dude. Yep, we'll just have to restart it. Maybe. 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 My Discord
What happened?
crashed, but my stream's still going.
Hello?
Oh my fucking god.
Wait, who are you talking to?
Josh, are you there?
Yeah, Josh,
my
are
mic
you
is
there?
okay. Anyways, my Discord crashed. Can't hear you.
Where are
Shut
you,
up,
Joshy
Discord.
Washy?
Yes, you can. Yes, you. Okay, Jesus. All right. All right.
Played the game for about an hour. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to at least play it for like an hour.
You know, I'm gonna try and beat that game since you didn't get past the second stage. I'm gonna try and beat it on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm about to check the weather now.
Which is gonna be nearly impossible because like without solid buttons, like using a touch screen for a GBA game like that requires like combos, is gonna be really hard.
God, can I like?
Light to moderate snow from 11:12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
It's dead.
Yo, we might be getting up to 2 feet.
When stains happen, her parents need them gone fast. But long washes take too long. Now
I
you
haven't
can
been in any
Kidding
snow
me.
for like a long time. Like, how much is that?
Yeah.
2 feet.
Hey, did you know that if your house gets snowed in, you'll actually feel less cold inside because snow is a good insulator.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the same reason why like snow huts and igloos actually do provide some sense of warmth inside of them because snow is a good insulator. I mean, yeah, it's cold as fuck, but it is a good insulator.
Wow. All right.
Bro, I accidentally bumped into this guy in GTA, and he's got so sensitive, so now I kind of just have to run him over until I kill him.
Wow.
Oh good, I killed him.
Sorry guys, but I'm just
Okay, really?
making a new grounded video.
A naked acorn video. What?
What?
What are you saying?
Don't worry guys. I'm just making
Demolition,
a grounded
guys.
video.
Is that when you peel an acorn and then it's naked?
My God.
I have no
dude.
idea.
Oh, by the way, did you know that
Wait,
acorns are edible if you pair them right?
Yeah, I knew that.
But like they're actually decent. They're decent survival food. You just have to boil them and leach the tannins out. The tannins are what makes them taste really bitter.
Yeah.
What makes cucumber taste so bitter?
What?
Cucumbers, okay. Cucumber is not bitter.
Ew.
And if you want the best experience with sliced cucumber, slice up a cucumber, take a sea salt grinder, grind some sea salt on them. It tastes really good. Trust me.
Sometimes I like grab a
Oh,
cucumber, cut it in half, and then like rub the two ends together to like get that like foam stuff out, and it tastes like better.
if you find that your cucumber tastes bitter, number one, make sure that you completely wash the outside of your cucumber because pesticides, if they're used, will taste bitter.
Ew.
And
Why
number
is it-
two, add some sea salt. Sprinkle some
why?
sea salt or grind some sea salt onto the cucumber slices. Will improve the experience by 10 times.
Yeah.
Wait, what's this? Wait, is this a church? What is this building? I'm like in like Franklin's like aunt's neighborhood, like the lower income neighborhood. I can't tell if this is like a church or just like a house.
We
It's like
have some churches like that here in America where it
it's
looks
like
like a house from the outside.
it's like it's like in the lower income neighborhood, kind of near Strawberry Avenue in GTA. It's like right next to the motel building.
Usually the places that like the churches around here that are like
just
look like
finally done.
houses are either Methodist or like
Clauses.
the
Final. Oh, come on, you bitch.
church like Church of the Harvest, which happens to be like a messianic
What's a
Jewish church.
messianic Jewish church? Is that like Jewish people, but they like accept Jesus or something?
Yes. Yes, they think okay, they are Jews who believe that the Messiah has come and that it was Jesus.
Does that still count as having faith in Christ?
Click.
Actually it does.
Pew pew.
But it doesn't make them a Christian. Because Jews, okay, in general, like Orthodox Jews, like Hasidic Jews, all the Jews believe that the Messiah still has not come. But Messianic Jews believe that Jesus was, the Son of God, and he was the Messiah. So they are different from all other Jews in that sense.
Oh my god.
But they still believe fully in the Torah. They just believe that Jesus was legit.
Okay.
The only thing I don't understand is like people like Christian scholars and like we're talking like described like when Christ came that Moses and Elijah appeared, but how is that possible if they died like thousands of years before that?
It wasn't thousands of years, more like hundreds. But
What the heck?
I mean, there are a lot of contradictions. No offense to anyone who believes, there are a lot of contradictions in the Bible.
I mean, I'd probably expect that.
Spec.
And it's only because multiple people contributed to writing the
bloke.
Bible. So it's an error of man, not God. If you believe in the Bible, I believe in an
Also,
error of man, not of God.
is it really the word of God, or was it men that were inspired by God?
Well,
Gone.
if it is the true word of God, which I don't necessarily believe that, I would say that it's inspired. Like they received revelations and words that they transcribed while in meditation or prayer.
Okay, I need to figure out.
Cause I was just like told stuff like, cause all I remembered is that I was kind of told that that like God gave people like visions or something and like dreams and stuff.
Yeah, the visions part that speaks to me of the old time remedies of taking hallucinogenic plants, stuff like that. Which was an old practice. It's very old, thousands and thousands of
Is
years
that even
old.
a Christian practice,
So
or is that like a pagan practice?
No, it was practice. It was practiced worldwide for a long time. And so a lot of these revelations from gods, different religions, I believe, were influenced by hallucinogens.
Ooh.
Especially the crazier stuff, like in Revelation.
Real.
Have you read Revelations yet? It's insane.
Not yet, but I heard that apparently it's like describes what heaven looks like. It has like streets made of gold and like quartz and marble gates encased with emerald or something.
Oh, very nice. Fuck that.
Yeah,
Just
yo,
like
literally
insane
the other day,
description.
me and my wife got into a brief discussion where she said that someone named their kid Heaven, their girl, like their daughter Heaven, and they said that's such a beautiful. She said that's a beautiful name, and I said it's actually a funny name if you think about it. Because what if Heaven is real? She goes up to the pearly gates. They're like, all right, next. All right, who do we have here? Oh, Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check your paperwork. All right, Heaven. Welcome to heaven, I guess.
What the heck?
So I thought it was funny because, like, if like someone named Heaven going to heaven,
Yeah. What?
but and she's like, she's like, if there's a heaven, I don't think there would be gates. And I'm like, okay, well, if you look
No.
it in the Bible, there are pearly gates. And she didn't. And when I pointed out that fact that's actually in the Bible, she didn't even want to look it up. She actually stopped the conversation. And the reason is she actually grew up with religion being drilled into her, which is why she doesn't like to have conversations about it. Because she was actually like, she was forced into going to church and shit. I hate that. Like, if you have a child, you should give them choice.
Right.
Yeah, but
Because coming to Christ or coming to God, like in whatever religion, it should be your choice. It should not be your parents' choice.
No.
It should be your choice.
yeah, but is it really that bad if you like? But like, is it really that bad if you take your kid to church? Like, not like forcing them, but just like but like bringing them to church with
What
you.
if your kid says, I don't really want to go, and your parent says you have to? That happens so much. I feel like that's not, like, in my worldview, that's not okay, but in others' worldview, it's necessary.
What the hell?
I feel like free will is very important, and it says so in the Bible. Free will is very important.
Also, is there gay people in?
Gay people in disconnected.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, I think he got disconnected.
Yeah. What?
I'm so sorry.
Are there gay people in what?
In the Bible.
Yes, and it is highly frowned upon. It is a mortal sin.
Why is it frowned upon?
You can, okay. It says it doesn't say anything about like you cannot be attracted to another man, but it says you cannot lay with a man as you would a woman. That is a mortal sin, and you will go to hell for it, is what it says in the Bible. Which I think is extremely fucked up. But yeah.
Like you think it's fucked up that they forbid it?
Not so much that it's forbidden. Everyone can have their own predilections or whatever. But the fact that they say, like you cannot be redeemed. Like, you can go to your pastor or your preacher, and they'll...
Oh my god. What the hell was that?
A church that actually follows the teachings of the Bible will say, you cannot continue to sleep with someone of the same sex, otherwise you will go to hell. You need to repent, stop that behavior. That's what they'll tell you if they actually know the Bible. Because just repenting and believing in Jesus isn't enough. Because if you continue the sin, then it doesn't count.
No.
And that's one of the things that I disagree with in the Bible is I think that God, if God is love, then love, no matter who it's between, is valid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So,
what was that? What was this verse I found?
wait, hold on. One
what is,
more thing I wanted to say real quick. That
Yeah.
perhaps that message wasn't divinely inspired, maybe. Maybe that was something man included. I feel like some of the things included in the Bible maybe were inspired by society of the time and not by God himself.
Cause my mom thought that part of the Bible might have been altered by people writing their own opinions.
That's
Yeah,
clear.
I actually, I agree with your mom. I feel like that is very, very likely.
5, 6, 7, 8. Tall
One
and
more,
tan
2 Mario
and
Bros.
young and
By
lovely.
Kauf. Something from France. What?
Yeah.
Many religions. I mean, you can just look at how many different versions of the Bible there are. There's so many different versions. Would you know which one is correct?
No. Well, how comes I was at this one room inside of the church because I'm doing a volunteer job. So I was kind of inside of like the room where all the volunteers hang out. It's like a little. It's kind of like a private room, but yet also public at the same time. I don't really know how to explain it, but I was on the couch talking to one of the pastors there, and someone said that he went to another church that was a person. Well, he wasn't the person wasn't saying the King James Version is accurate himself. He was saying that he went to a different church, and that's what the pastor of that church told him. But then the pastor at my church, disagreed with what the other pastor said.
Oh. Yeah, every pastor is going to have their preferred version.
My preferred version has mostly been a New Living Translation.
What? What is comments? What?
Now, see, I understand the difficulty of reading the older versions, but the further back you go, the further back go in the
Right, Japanese. It's a 3D. That's all I can read.
the older
How
versions
is it more
are more
accurate?
accurate.
It's
Oh.
literally written in medieval English.
What I'm saying is, if you get closer to the source, if you get closer to the origin of the religion, then the information should be more accurate, because imagine it like a game of telephone. You know that, right? Game of telephone?
Yeah.
Game of telephone.
It's like that. Stories originally the stories were passed down, by word of mouth. They were told as verbal, memorized stories. Then we started writing everything down. And from there,
Japanese.
The words got translated over and over again to different languages, and those languages kept on evolving. So now the word origin of the religion.
Well, what's your preferred version?
I don't have one. I feel like the verses that are the most consistent among all versions are the verses that are most accurate to the religion. And those are the ones that pop up in the oldest version of the Bible.
So, just wondering how accurate is the Hebrew Bible or the Greek Bible?
Well, you have to remember that Judaism was around before Christianity. So reading the Torah like the original Jewish scripture, can be extremely beneficial because it has been around for much longer. Awesome.
that's
Remember,
alright.
Jesus was Jew.
That's whatever.
He was Jewish.
Page.
I don't know why people forget that. Jesus was a Jew.
And also, I know you said that you thought Revelation was crazy, but how come I heard some preacher talking about how, like, there's, like, an antichrist or something like that?
Yes. Like the ultimate deceiver. One that will rise up claiming to be the Messiah that misleads people and leads them down a path of soul destruction. Will lead them toward the path of damnation without them realizing it. That is the Antichrist.
So what you're saying is that's essentially just a mega church or something?
I know who you're talking about. Like that guy that literally looks like a demon. I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, I always thought that guy was the Antichrist
Oh
for
my
some
fucking
reason.
god.
Cause I was just
remember the guy remember the guy that remember the mega church pastor that was like, oh,
money.
The wind of God. During COVID.
Oh God, the wind of God.
Most of the time, mega church pastors are just talking about how you should give money to the church.
Yeah, they're corrupt.
It's like less scripture, it's mostly just money, money, money.
Yeah, it's exactly what Jesus preached against. He literally, okay. There's literal...
It's all so stupid.
Scriptural, like, documentation of him storming into churches exactly like that. Of course, they were smaller at the time, but they were exactly like that, demanding, like, huge amounts of money from people and saying that was the way to salvation. Stormed into places like that and caused havoc. Would go in there and flip over tables, start yelling and saying, like, this is not the way of God and all this other stuff. Like, Jesus was very against that.
14 seconds.
Speaking of that, I was watching a clip from this TV show called The Chosen, where he got mad because there was like a holy temple or like a holy place, but people were like using it to sell animals for sacrifices, and it like really upsetted him how they're, instead of using it as a sell things for money. And I feel like that translates into like modern day mega churches.
Absolutely.
Like, I think,
yeah, absolutely right.
I don't remember.
It doesn't matter. I literally cannot.
You know, you have to remember that God, Yahweh of the Bible, he actually did originally demand animal sacrifices, but because of the new covenant with Jesus around, that was no longer necessary.
Wait, why did you have to offer sacrifices to God?
Well, I think that was like that was stemming from earlier religion, because you have to remember pretty much every religion that predated the Abrahamic religions, all of them did animal sacrifices. So it was kind of something that carried over from other pagan religions that predated the monotheistic religions. I really enjoy these conversations because it's very interesting to hear and discuss with people who are religious. Because I'm not, but I am very interested in religion because it impacts so many people.
Actually, wait. I think I know. From the TV show, it wasn't like Christ's followers or anything. They were like these, like high priests or something. I don't know what they were, but they're like these high priests, like wearing these like caps with these like robes that like went over on top of their head or something.
Nearly 10 years away. This is still being seen as a natural success, possibly. This Dom was announcing his plans on social media. He said he is to support the government.
Why?
Also, I don't know what is in the new. Like, I haven't really spent the time to look through the New Living version of the Bible because that one is pretty recent, and I imagine it's far more distorted from the original meaning.
Well, that was
to be honest.
the Bible that the pastor recommended.
I've come to the conclusion that this is the moment to mount.
I imagine it leaves out a lot of the really horrible things that took place in the Old Testament.
By Matrix once.
But why? I mean, the translation. I don't know if it's that old. It was made in 1996.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It is so new that I feel like it's far removed from its original context and meaning.
Alright, and this is... Okay, so this is not good. Okay.
It's almost like censoring and adjusting the words to fit a modern audience.
And what was the violence that happened in the Old Testament?
Bro, okay, like, God commanded some really wicked stuff in the Old Testament. Like, really wicked stuff.
What would be your example of really wicked stuff?
Okay, he openly, in the Old Testament, God openly says, I am a wrathful, vengeful God. And, he was, okay, for instance, he commanded his followers to go into neighboring nations and take the children of those nations and dash them upon the rocks. Literally, he commanded his followers to kill babies by smashing them on rocks. And there was another, there's more, but that was one of the ones that really was troubling. There's one where I believe it was Peter. It might not have been Peter. It was one of the apostles or followers of God was traveling. There was a group of kids, and they were making fun of him, saying "Baldy, you're bald, ha ha ha."
Wow.
And yeah, and God got so mad that he commanded two she-bears to come out of the woods. They mauled and killed all 42 of those children for calling that apostle bald.
Also, how come I hear people making comparisons on the internet saying that the Old Testament God is more of discipline, justice, authority, but then Jesus is love, grace, acceptance, two completely different things.
Yes, it is so true. The Old Testament God is like an iron fist, authoritarian, and God of the New Testament is like a super softy.
Wait, so is the Old Testament God like Jesus' dad or something?
Okay, you have to understand, it's almost like two different gods. It's almost like two different gods. It's like they realize that shit, God of the Old Testament is really violent and not very relatable in the times we're living in now. So then Jesus comes along and it becomes a religion of peace and saving souls and stuff like that, and it becomes a much better like it becomes better PR essentially.
What did Jesus ever address the wicked things about the Old Testament God?
Yes, he actually did. And he specifically said, I did not come to he said, I did not come to abolish the old laws. I came to enforce them. But that's contradictory because he did contradict the old laws. Like he literally came and changed the whole script.
I thought
So
he
I don't know why. Like you can look it up. It's a
What is
quote. He said, "I did not come to abolish the old laws. I came to enforce them." But yet then he comes and changes a whole system.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, but I thought he said I didn't come to condemn the world but to save it.
That's a different verse. That's a different verse.
Yeah, but how is it possible to have like multiple gods? I mean, I thought God is just one eternal being, not multiple. Like that doesn't make sense.
Well, it's not. It's okay. The reason it's not polytheism, it's still monotheism, is because God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are all one. It's a trinity. It's a trinity. They're all one thing. So it's technically not paganism. I mean, it's technically not polytheism. Like, there's not multiple gods.
I said paganism. What the hell? Bumper to Bumper by Maxwell. United States. Shit. Oh.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some sushi from the fridge.
Oh, fuck up pies!
Okay. Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
Soldiers deserve to be spoken about truthfully with respect. Pain caused by Trump.
Okay, there's a lot of... off-screen shit, which is not cool. Okay, alright. I'm gonna add some arrows. Wait, can I comment? Oh no, I can't comment. Okay, I'll just, whatever. Meh. Alright, Japanese.
Japanese.
Okay, what? Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna whatever. Oh, fuck! What up? Nope, was not worth it.
Oh, God.
What's going on? We'll grab this just in case. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Okay. What is this shit? What am I doing? Okay. What am I doing with this stupid blind shit? Okay, I'm gonna just keep this time. Okay, I'm not going for that one up. It's very tricky. Keep this. Okay, there we go. That was better. That was much better. Okay, now that's not worth it. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, down here, I guess. Where's one-ups? Get those. Alright, there you go. Alright. Nope. Fuck. Oh wait, maybe. There it is, okay. Okay, alright. Alright. This was so easy. No way.
Hey,
Okay.
What?
Alright, 20 seconds per speedrun, Japanese.
Nice.
What is this? I'm doing... Oh, okay, I see. 10 seconds. Star. I need that. Oh, shit. There we go. That wasn't bad. Yeah. A Ninja's Yard by Laser X from the United States. One pom pom. Laser's a $sign. Get out of here. Good coins, dude. Get the fans.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, hell no. Okay.
And my chopsticks broke perfectly in half this time.
Nice.
Oh, finally.
More.
Very
So
nice.
satisfying.
Oh, there she is.
Dakimasu.
Oh, you stupid bitch. Yeah. Where you are?
Oh.
Okay, there you go. Oh!
Gosh, no.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
What? Okay, fuck.
Are you on normal?
Yeah, I'm on normal right now.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Hey, welcome back.
Oh.
I'm eating sushi.
Oh, welcome back. Oh, you eat sushi. Nice.
But speaking of what I said earlier about like condemning or like that one verse, I always I'm trying to like translate that into like the modern world because like I might believe that certain stuff might be sin, but like I wouldn't like hate someone if they practice that.
What
Like
does
the
that mean?
first thing, like
Oh,
okay, so
God.
like me and Buggy earlier were talking about something, and and I said like I was gonna say I like believe that some. Wait, am I muted?
No, you're good.
Shit.
Oh, I just said
was dumb of me.
I said I
That's only me
believe that
coins.
that certain stuff is sin, but like even if someone I know practices a sin, like I wouldn't hate them for it. Like I would still like love them for it. Like that's what I'm saying.
Hey, I got a verse for you.
Shit!
Yeah.
Matthew
Like,
10:34. Jesus said.
No,
Jesus
son.
said this.
Okay.
Heck
Jesus said,
Nice.
"Do not." He said, "Do not think that I came to bring peace on earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword."
Butt sword. Okay, no.
He said, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword." And do you know what that's in reference to?
What?
That's in reference to Revelation.
Okay, there you go. Good.
Because in Revelations, Jesus descends from heaven, wielding a sword coming out of his mouth. Out of his mouth is a sword. In one hand, he has 7 stars, and in the other hand is something else I forget. But like, basically, Jesus is the apocalypse at the end. Like okay, it's the Antichrist first,
Japanese.
but like the one who finishes the job is Jesus. Jesus comes down and brings the end of like all humanity, and the pure souls, go to heaven, and that's like a little more than 100,000 souls. So not very many people make it to heaven in Revelation.
Wait, so but that scares me because like I'm Christian. Like I'm worried that like what if I like try really hard to like be as righteous as I can and then not make it to heaven.
Okay, I got first 2 though. That's pretty good.
Like I said, there's a lot of different versions of Christianity, which makes it hard to tell what's real and what isn't.
Okay, I'll hold me this. This one.
Also, does it really matter if you what denomination you are? I mean, like you still have faith in Christ, so like, does it really matter?
I bet it matters to God.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if I should have even mentioned this on stream.
This one.
I feel like it's been a pleasant conversation, but you should definitely Josh, how he feels.
I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away.
You know,
I mean,
I've
it's not
actually
really
worked
politics.
on.
I mean, like, it's just religion.
No, I've actually made subtitles.
Well, I mean,
for that,
that is not politics, Josh.
Exactly.
Anyways, so
I'm just saying it's not politics. If you want to put in something for religion, then that's separate.
Right.
Oh yeah, but
Of course.
Now, what I was about to say.
Oh yeah, go on.
Like every single other one.
So I've made subtitles.
Wait, hold on, Josh, what?
I was talking about the game.
Oh, okay.
All right, now can I speak? Sorry for being a bit aggressive, but let me say it calmly. Can I please speak now? All right. Thank you. So I worked on a subtitle for the sketch video I made twice. Yeah, English, United States, and just English. Because I guess that's how YouTube works. But like, I made one humorous, one not so humorous.
Alright, I'm gonna know the rest of those. But I'm gonna put the rest of those in one comment.
But also, what I was trying to say is, if there's anyone watching the stream, you don't, like, that might be a different religion, don't take what I'm saying verbatim. This is my own opinion, so don't take it as I'm forcing anybody.
Yes, and the same thing thing goes for me. I am not religious. I have spent considerable amount of time studying other people's religions, and I am just giving my opinions on what I've read. Is what I was talking about.
And
I was actually a Christian at one point, though.
is
And also,
I was a Christian mystic. Christian mysticism is a thing.
I thought you said you were Lutheran.
how
That was when I was
Lutheran?
very
Oh, sir. Oh,
yeah, Lutheran.
God.
It's a branch of Christianity, Josh.
Oh, I thought you said Lutheran. Like a religion that you say you're just a
Oh, I
loser.
see.
What?
Wait,
I'm a loser, baby.
Well, I know that.
Just-
I know.
just
what
curious.
Lutheran is.
Was that started by Martin Luther during the
It was in-
Reformation? Because I remember learning about that in social
Yes,
studies.
it was inspired
learned
by
about
Martin
it.
Luther King Jr.
Yeah.
and his
No, like-
ministry.
Ministry.
No, like Martin Luther King. No, like Martin Luther, like in the 1500s.
Martin Loser. I'm just kidding. No. I keep hearing loser.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
Maybe
mean,
maybe I was getting that
You
mixed
mean
up.
Martin
But
King,
okay,
West Virginia.
for context, I was with that foster family for like a year, and I didn't really have any choice in that. I just was brought to church. So no, I don't think a 4-year-old really consent to being indoctrinated. Like that is like a indoctrination. If you are actively trying to like bring your 4-year-old child to church to like that, I feel like you're indoctrinating them, not giving them any choice to what to believe.
Yeah, come on.
But just wondering, cause like I remember in social studies we were learning something about this, but was Lutheran started by the German monk Martin Luther during the Reformation that like divided like the church or something?
I do remember it being started during Reformation. So that sounds accurate.
I read about that last year.
Yeah, cause that was part of our like
Yeah, I think it's from last year.
yeah, cause that was part of our like Unit 1 like social studies.
Shit.
But also, why do
Oh,
we
yeah.
have to
Oh,
learn
by the
about
way,
the...
If you
Yeah.
want to know something, very interesting about Lutherans, they believe that they believe in the blood and body of Christ thing so strictly. They believe they are actually ingesting the blood and body of Christ, literally. Do not want to fight a Lutheran on that.
No joke.
How
No,
can you even do that?
No
I
joke.
wanna-
No joke. Lutherans 100% believe that it's not a spiritual thing. You are literally drinking and eating the body and blood of Christ.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
What would,
No.
that's insane.
Then
They think that.
then at my church, Jesus must taste really
Lava.
good because it
That's-
tastes
yeah,
like
that's-
saltines
that
and
is
grape
And I
juice.
I don't understand it. Like that is straight up a Catholic thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
my
right.
church
I
does
think
communion,
that is
but
actually interesting.
That's a Catholic thing. Like what
I
are you
think
guys doing? Like
What the hell?
that's not even a
they
Christian
don't
thing.
do it
That's
like
a Catholic
every
thing.
Sunday. That's like
Lava.
once like per month
Salver.
ceremony.
I know, it's just like it's weird because like Christians want to say they're different from Catholics, but then they end up doing like very similar things, like communion.
Yeah,
Like
but
that
we
is literally that's something that Catholics do on a consistent basis.
our
What
church,
the
like my church,
fuck?
doesn't do like
What the fuck?
they don't do like the sacraments like anointing or confession. Like, they don't do
What the
anything
hell?
like that.
That was alright.
I think confessionals, like the confessional booth, is actually one of the things that Catholics got right. That's a very good thing, I think.
Oh god.
Yeah, but why do you have to confess to a priest when you can just
The
pray to
coast is
Jesus
fair.
directly?
What?
It's because the priest is between you and God. Because maybe maybe it's like a thing of where
Snowball
you
Blitz.
you are not
Those are
as
some rough
connected
nice
to
days.
God as the priest. So like the priest is like an intermediary between you and God. It does make sense in the context of the religion.
Oh shit. Oh.
It's like
Ooh.
okay, think of it like this. Think of it like this. As a beginning
that's not what you
practitioner of the religion,
It's one way to do it.
you
Though,
are putting out a weak signal. You're putting out a
Wait a
weaker
minute,
signal
hold
to
on.
God than the priest would.
Yeah.
I still do
So
this.
when you go through the priest, it's like amplifying the
tranny.
signal.
Okay, got it.
That way, God is more likely to hear that. That's at least the logic behind it.
Logi. Okay, no.
Well, how are they any
Yeah.
closer
Is
to
that
God? Like, what
is
kind of
that-
training
wait,
do you
is
have
that
to
I can't do shit.
It's
go
it's
through for
because they
that?
have literally committed their life to it. That's why.
Is that why the Pope is so close to God? Because they have to sacrifice so many
Fuck.
things in their life in the name of God?
Got it.
Yeah,
I'm a
that's the premise.
Promise.
But
I could never be a priest, because I heard that, like, you're never allowed to marry anyone.
yeah, it's
Wow.
essentially like being a nun.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
What's even the point of nuns and,
Whoops,
like,
indeed.
sisters? I've never understood that. That's always
Whoa.
confused me.
What?
It's to teach.
Okay.
It's to teach like decency and like abiding by
thought it was
like
gonna-
God and stuff like that. But honestly, I feel like nuns. It's so eerily similar to. It's eerily similar to practices in the Middle East with like Muslim practices. Because they cover themselves from head to toe except for their face. They're not allowed to like do anything.
So bullshit.
I mean, the only difference is that they don't get beaten on a regular
fuck.
basis, and they're not like required to submit to anyone except for God. Like
Dude,
that's
that
the difference.
key. I don't even need to do that. I could just throw it like that. No, I don't want to grab a snowball.
The only reason I know about Catholicism like
Fuck.
that is because I actually my birth family, like my grandpa and my grandma, like they raised their children, which my mother is one of their children, one of their 12 children. That's one of the things about Catholicism, like Catholics, that you need to know. They pop out children like it's nobody's business. It's crazy. Like my mom has 11 siblings. My mom has 11 siblings.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I made that pop noise.
And my grandpa tried to raise them all Catholic.
Wait, wait, there was only one. There's only one power up. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Well, I've just always been anxious going to a Catholic church because it's just so much different compared to just what I'm used to. Because instead
They're
of
very
like,
beautiful. Cathedrals are beautiful. If you've ever been into like one of the legit cathedrals, they are without question, they are beautiful. The architecture, the stained glass, the atmosphere. It is like a very nice place. In terms of just the appearance.
like, does it feel holy just going inside of one?
Honestly,
Yeah, you just
I want to be careful with my words.
I'm just kidding, though. You just let it.
I
Okay,
feel
that-
a level.
I'm sorry.
I feel some level of discomfort going into any church, just because I feel I don't belong. But I always like to point out positive things, and in terms of like churches, there are several positives, but there are negatives too.
Negative.
like for instance, you have this like.
I like how you just put that when I said.
Like
Bro
for
was
instance,
just interrupted by the code reopening.
if you were to sit,
I have no
if you were to sit
idea.
in the pew, like the benches, when it's time to kneel and pray, there's this little thing that folds out for you to kneel on,
What
and
the heck?
it's so uncomfortable. You have to kneel on it for a long time.
Then why haven't they just like upgraded it or like made any changes to it to make it more comfortable?
Well, some churches have, some churches haven't, but
Churches. Okay,
I don't know. Like,
Also, my church I go
could-
to, they don't have pews. It's like individual chairs lined
Peanuts.
up together.
Alright, Bowser's Ship by Paprika. $.
I feel like pews are better. Pews are better simply because everyone is connected.
Yeah.
Everyone is connected by the same long slab of wood. Everyone is connected.
Yeah, but I went to a church
Sometimes I
that
wanna
like
get-
instead of
sometimes-
like
Oh,
a
I
full-on
fuck you.
pew,
They're stupid.
there was
You wanna
like
get
Cheese day.
disconnected?
they weren't like it wasn't like a full-on pew,
You know,
but it was kind of like half chair, half pew. It was like almost
Yeah,
looked like a
fish
row of
there.
individual chairs, but also looked like a pew at the same time.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Strange.
So
Strange.
Coins in the Sea by Testicle
Also,
from the United Kingdom.
If you wanna another negative that's much worse than the kneeling part in a Catholic church is the obvious one that I have not mentioned
This is like
is the
Flappy Bird.
the predator priest
Shit.
problem
It's all
in Catholic churches.
that's at least okay.
I've heard about that.
And if you don't know this, like the Pope and the Vatican
Okay, I'm good.
has like been openly accused and proven to have been moving around these predator priests to different locations to avoid prosecution.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't System of a Down make a song about that? I remember them making.
Yeah,
a
they
song about
did.
that. Yeah.
Oh wait,
CP?
I never heard that song.
Yeah, unfortunately, that has left a big dark stain
shit.
on Catholicism.
Oh god. I'll be right back.
Can't see. Okay, all right.
Also, might be a bit
It's
of a
mainly the victims are altar boys.
Yeah. But anyways, guys, I'll be right back.
Okay.
what does that even mean?
Altar boys.
What's an altar boy?
Basically they're in the choir or they assist with the church proceedings,
That's a
like that.
Yep. The church I go to, it's not traditional in any. It's like not traditional in any way. It's like my church is like a really
Not based?
it's like a really contemporary church. Like they don't have like choirs or anything. They play like rock worship music, like kind of like Brandon Lake or like Forrest Frank. Like they kind of like play like that.
Okay, no offense, but not based. Modern appeals to a wider audience, but not based. Like if you're gonna go like full on Christian, like those are not the places to actually worship.
But they
Places
were
to
like,
meet. Those are the places you want to go if you want to meet a bunch of people that think like you. But if you're like a full on Christian, mega churches and places where they just like play worship music that
isn't
traditional, I feel like it's not based. Like if you're gonna go with a religion, you should commit to like the tradition of the religion too.
I've only been to like 2 denominations in my life, and that's just like non-denominational evangelical and Methodist Presbyterian. Yes, I went to a church that was like 2 denominations in one building.
Yo, evangelical Christians have hounded me for years because I have one specific tattoo, and I'll show it to you.
Gun. Wait, wet
I don't,
booger.
I don't see the tattoo.
I don't have my phone out right now. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can.
Hold on,
What's
let
this
me.
guy's name?
Wait, is that a
Let me
tattoo?
see real quick. Come on, turn on.
Wait, I don't have my phone.
What is that tattoo?
Oh,
Right.
nice.
Just
There's my mouse.
So I've been hounded because of this tattoo by Christian evangelicals for a long time. They always come up to
why
me and
isn't this
start
Discord
start
working?
start trying to convert me out of nowhere, and it's super annoying. Like, go out there and try to like tell people, oh, you shouldn't believe in whatever you believe in. That's retarded. Why would I try and do that? If something brings you joy and makes you feel whole in life, stupid. I'm not gonna try and take that away from you.
Move.
Yeah, that's right.
Why isn't Discord working? Come on.
That's disgusting.
So anyway, this tattoo goes back to when I was a Wiccan, and as a Wiccan, I practice witchcraft. However, I never practice black magic. I only practice white magic, which, if you know anything about witchcraft, white magic is to benefit others and to purify spaces and things like that.
Why
So they,
isn't
but
Discord?
people look at this tattoo, they think, oh, it's evil. It's evil, and it's not.
I mean, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're on crack and shit.
I can see it. I see it.
Oh wait, hold on. Here.
Oh.
That's actually the only tattoo that I have. It's literally the only
for
tattoo that I
me,
have on my body.
well, for me, I don't have a tattoo.
Oh, okay.
Wait, how old do you have to be to get a tattoo in the UK?
Probably 18.
Probably 18. But confronting random people on the streets because they look like they wouldn't be Christian, trying to convert them,
Okay.
like, I feel like that is the wrong approach. I feel like if you're doing good works and you are following God's words and you're preaching them, like, it's like the phrase, like, build it and they will come, right?
It's okay.
Like, evangelical nature is doing God's work and people following
That's
it.
literally just
But
like.
if you,
That's literally just like, literally like trying to turn someone that's not vegan to vegan. Like.
yes, it's exactly okay. It's exactly like that. That is such a good analogy. It's like vegans who see you eating meat and they come up to you and start like berating you
Like you're eating an
for eating
innocent
meat.
animal.
The
It's
vegan
just like
teacher?
that. Yeah. And I've had so many Christian evangelicals come up to me and start talking to me like I'm a vegan. I mean, start talking to me like they're a vegan and I'm eating a steak.
Yeah. Fuck you.
You know what's nice is that I live really close to a Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall, but surprisingly, nobody has came to my house to spread the word of Jehovah.
Oh God.
No one.
Jehovah's Witnesses, I think, are the most evangelical branch of Christianity ever.
God.
I thought they reject Christ. Like, I thought it was like its own thing. That was like based off Christianity. Same goes with Mormons.
Well, okay. They are technically, Jehovah's Witnesses are technically a branch of Christianity, right? Because they do believe in Christ, but they believe that God is king. God is king, but Jesus is the Messiah.
Did you just say that's what a Messianic Jew is?
Okay, but no, that's different. That's different. Because the basis for Jehovah's Witnesses is Christian scripture, and the basis for Messianic Jews is the Torah.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Oh, and don't even get me started on the LDS.
Okay, anyways.
I remember I keep seeing these ads on YouTube saying like, "Oh, we're Mormons, come to our church," and they're always wearing their like traditional suit and tie outfit, holding the Book of Mormon, trying to like evangelize me
They're
to
not.
become a
They're
Mormon.
not. LDS is a cult.
Okay.
Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith, the founder, he was a con man.
Oh. Huh.
Like you can if you don't believe me, you can research it yourself. I am not about to like dive into the whole explanation of it, but look up Joseph Smith and the history of the Mormon Church. Trust me, you will quickly realize how much of a cult it is.
Yeah, but I keep seeing these ads by like
What
their
the fuck?
missionaries on YouTube. Are you getting them too? Because I'm constantly getting
No.
like their missionary ads.
No, I'm not getting those because as soon as I see something like that, I click on the thing that
I could cut it now. I don't know what
like the
Yeah, but like
dots and I select
they
not
left their
interested.
comments on, and everyone in the comments were saying it's the Church of Joseph Smith, not the
Yes.
Church of Christ.
Yes, it is. It literally is the Church of Joseph Smith, not of Christ.
And yet, I thought the Bible warned against false prophets.
Yes,
it
it did.
literally warns about that.
Yes, it warns against that and idolatry. And literally that religion is both. It's not a religion, it's a cult at that point. Idolatry, which is blasphemy against God. And I don't even know if there is a God. So like I have no like stance like I have no ground to stand on in terms of like I'm a Christian and I know that Mormonism is not Christianity. I know because I have researched Christianity and I was a Christian at one point. I know for a fact Mormonism is not Christianity. It is so far removed that you cannot even consider it in the same category. Like, okay, Joseph Smith. If you look at the story behind Joseph Smith, in fact, there's a South Park episode about it. South Park episode about Mormons.
Wait, actually, I searched this up. It literally says the Bible, chronicling ancient Middle Eastern history and covenants, while the Book of Mormon records God's dealings with inhabitants in the ancient Americas. Americas.
Yeah. He. Oh my. Okay. Not only was Joseph Smith claiming that Jesus had a second coming in America.
Second coming.
Ooh.
That was it.
Against Native Americans and other crazy shit. Also, like he was a straight up con man. Like if you look up like how he got his revelations, quote unquote, from God, you will see how much of a con man he is. He had this hat, right? And he supposedly was looking into this hat, reading off of golden plates. Nobody ever saw the golden plates.
What? Yeah, what the hell?
And they were supposedly like written in hieroglyphics, but they were recovered here in America. Like Egyptian hieroglyphics here in America.
Yeah.
Okay, these I searched up Joseph Smith. These has to be exaggerated because they're making him look like this good-looking dude, but I imagine him looking like just like the average dude, not like this insanely good-looking person.
Well, you have to remember that most of the cult leaders that have existed generally attractive for their time period. Cult leaders have to be attractive, otherwise they won't attract followers.
Right.
Like
it's the same thing with like Charles Manson's cult. he was attractive at the time, so he attracted followers. Like, it's the same kind of deal. And it's the fact that people were looking for like a branch of Christianity that was different. And here comes this attractive guy that has this crazy different version of Christianity, and he's gonna revolutionize everything. It was literally a cult. And people still buy it to this day. At least the Mormons do. It's mainly in Utah.
Shit. Alright.
But they have spread out across the world. It's actually like required. It's actually like required in Mormonism, in the LDS, that when you turn 18, after you've completed your primary school years, you actually have to go out and do like 2 years of missionary work. You have to.
I'm back.
That's what they called the gun. It's shaped like a gun. Okay, anyways, this guy's name's Wet Booger. What the f-
What the heck?
What the fuck?
What on earth?
This guy's named Wet Booger from Canada.
Yo, it's from Canada.
Are you
Gosh, I can't see anywhere.
Are you s-
Guys,
Booger.
I can't see it because
Look on his
because,
nose,
I just
too,
got a
come
black
on.
screen. Guys,
What
I
you
just
think,
got a black
Creeper?
screen, so maybe I should start and be right back.
What?
Okay. All right.
There we go.
This guy
But
chased by Sir
not
Hasbro
you
from the
guys.
States.
What's up, Creeper?
Well, I just got a black screen because
Oh.
never mind.
Oh,
Because
you got black screen?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Ah!
Oh,
never-
damn.
Do this. Oh shit.
Oh, by the way, I saw that Bagel recommended playing Minecraft.
Yeah. Because he wants to play. Because he got Minecraft too, like not so long ago.
I wonder. Do you think I'd be able to play from my phone on Pocket Edition and join you?
Probably. I mean, I would think so.
Okay.
What's up,
Oh,
Diego?
come on, you beat me up.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
what
we
were you-
know that.
What were you
no,
trying to
yeah.
What were you trying to say, Diego?
Hold up. Hang it.
Is showing something?
Okay.
Play.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not religious, but I definitely do like research. Days I mainly like looking into philosophy and meditation practices. And it's led me down the road of looking into different types of Buddhism and things like that.
Oh my god. This is so stupid. I searched up apparently JWs believe that apparently Jesus isn't real, but they believe he's actually the Archangel Michael.
Oh, bouncy poops.
Wait, they think that Jesus came down to Earth in human form.
Are you kidding me?
Wait, they think that the Archangel Michael came down to Earth in human form as Jesus?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I kind of see where they're going with this, actually. Because the Archangel Michael was the one that came down to Mary and like divinely said, like, you're gonna have God's child. Right?
God.
I thought that was
Suck again.
But I thought that was Gabriel that said that.
Oh, wait. Wait. I think you're right about that. So why do they think it was Michael? Why do they think it was Michael then?
Wait, who the heck is Michael? What the fuck?
Okay, well, the angel Gabriel, his role is to be like the messenger of God. Like
Well,
kind
he was also one of the top like music angels.
Jesus. What the okay.
He was like one of the most like top like music angels. Right?
Grape?
But then Michael's role is kind of like he's
shit.
like kind of like his role is basically like making sure. I don't really know how to explain it,
Explain.
but he's always depicted as like defeating Satan or something like that.
There's no way you can defeat Satan. Satan is the adversary,
Albano.
eternal.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
What does that mean?
Negatonic.
That means that as long as the earth exists, Satan will exist upon it.
I mean, yeah. Why hasn't God done anything yet? If you're always talking about Satan.
Because without temptation, salvation is non-existent.
Wait.
Temptation is the reason that we're able to attain salvation in the first place.
But apparently, I learned.
They usually come first.
I learned apparently
Slam butt.
if evil and
What?
wickedness didn't exist in the world, people would
Oh,
only love
poopy
God
dicks.
for the good things
Exactly.
that He brings. But if there's
Exactly,
evil
like-
and wickedness in the world,
Exactly.
people will love Him for the
Shits.
comfort during such times.
Here's the thing. If Satan, like the serpent, like if he did not exist,
Boink. What the? Oh, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
free will,
I thought
free
Satan
will
was like
as
one
we
of
know
the
it would not
angels
exist.
who like protested against God or something.
Okay, that was actually okay. He was known as Lucifer, the morning star.
Lucifer. The bitches.
He was
What's
the
a
most.
morning star?
He was the most
Porn
beautiful.
star.
He was the most
No.
beautiful. He was the most beautiful
That was
angel
very
in heaven,
important
the
to me.
second in charge. He was like God's right-hand man. And then he got expelled from heaven
Those
because
lips on my thighs.
you have to understand angels were created to be servants of God, but they also had full knowledge of God's plans.
Ow.
And so Lucifer, knowing
God's
what God's
plans.
plans were, didn't agree with God's plans. So he decided to rebel. And when he
shit.
rebelled, one third of the angels in heaven. So Lucifer and 10,000 angels, so 10,000 out of 30,000 angels, decided to rebel against God. And obviously they lost because God is all powerful. So I don't know why they thought they would succeed in the first
Yeah,
place,
they're
but
pretty dumb.
they decided to rebel. Yeah, pretty dumb. But they rebelled because they agreed.
That is pretty dumb. Though.
So those 10,000 angels rebelled with Lucifer because they agreed with Lucifer that God's plan wasn't the right plan. And so all of them fell from heaven. Their wings turned black, and they grew horns and yada yada. And all that stuff. And then Satan shows up in the Garden of Eden through a serpent. It wasn't literally Satan, but Satan spoke through the serpent.
Uh-oh.
And
Yeah, I've always wondered
Peepsicles.
because like they never specified that it was Satan. So like,
Yeah, I saw that.
it was
couldn't
okay.
see it.
The serpent was a representation of Satan. Satan was speaking through the
Okay, I
serpent
feel like these are
to tempt Adam.
DLC or something.
so did he like? So basically, did he
That
like?
is
Because so was it originally
Piss?
just
Ew.
a
Why is the
regular
piranha
garden
there
snake,
next
but
to
he
that
like
type?
possessed the
Give him the
snake?
pipe.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But God, you have to realize God is all-knowing, so He knew that this would occur. So I don't fully understand why an extra preventative measure wasn't put in place to make sure that didn't happen.
What the? I didn't
Yeah.
anything.
What the heck?
And the reason, I feel like the reason God didn't prevent that, the reason God didn't prevent that, because He realized that Satan had a bigger role to play in the world. And that role was giving people the chance to be tempted, turn away from temptation, and turn to God. was Satan's role all along. So Satan, like, thinking that he is going against God is actually working in God's favor.
Penis. No.
It's like the ultimate troll. Like, God is trolling Satan. Satan is out there trying to, like,
Satan.
work against God, but he's actually working for
Wait.
God in a way.
Wait, they are required? What? What's the point of that checkpoint?
Wait, what is that?
So
There
they
is
are-
one part in Genesis that kind of, like, the part
so
where,
they need to start
like,
off
the
best way.
serpent is saying, like, you know, if you eat from the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you will not surely die. And he was not wrong. Like he wasn't wrong, actually. They didn't die when they ate the fruit. They didn't die. So he didn't lie to them there.
Yeah.
And they did attain the knowledge of good and evil. And actually, I think attaining the knowledge of good and evil, beneficial. I think it's beneficial to know the difference between good and evil.
Alright, I'm gonna
Instead of just being a mindless, like, mindless robot that only knows good. So by introducing temptation, you are giving humans the choice to turn to God. And that makes that choice much more powerful because you have the option to not turn God.
beat.
Yeah, exactly that.
Between McDonald's fries or a juicy apple,
Juicy.
you're tempted to choose them. You're tempted to choose the fries, right? But you know that the apple is better for you. It's the same kind of situation. Like, you're tempted by the thing that's less healthy. You know you should eat the thing that's more healthy.
Notion.
And it's just a matter of what you choose to do.
Oh, pee-pee. Come on, shoot. Oh, yeah! Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. I feel like God had a plan for Satan all along.
Shit.
And that was just to be the McDonald's fries compared to the apple.
Why?
You know?
But
not needed. Like, absolutely not needed checkpoint.
It just makes sense in my brain. And if you research, like, Bible, it does make sense. It makes sense because otherwise God would have just eliminated Satan, period, point blank. What'd you say, Josh?
Stupid! Okay. Oh, I just said period weirdly. I don't know.
But yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just go back. I mean, can you even do this again? I guess you can.
Yeah.
I'll know that you'll. Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, if you decide on your own to choose good over evil, knowing that if you decide to choose good over evil, knowing that evil exists, that makes your choice to choose good.
Okay.
Good, that much more powerful, right? And that's honestly, that is a value. That is a value system that I actually use in my daily life.
Beat the level.
Like, seriously, like, that's something that a lot of atheists and agnostics take for granted. There are valuable lessons in the Bible. There are valuable lessons in the Bible, and I am tired of these stubborn atheists and agnostics that think, oh, the Bible is useless. No, it's not. No, it isn't.
Watch out.
Also, what's this called? Because I know some people who like believe that every religion is the same God, just in different forms. I just don't know if there's like a name for that.
I don't know.
Like one of my friends said, like, bro,
uniformitarianism?
God is God. Like he believes that like
Evil.
every religion is just different interpretations of the same God.
Okay.
I find that hard to believe because there are thousands of religions with different gods.
Yep. Shit. Okay.
Do some people still believe in like the Greek gods or like Roman gods?
Yes.
I don't see why
Yes.
not.
I thought that was pagan, like Zeus.
Yes,
and
it
all
is.
that.
It is. They are pagans. And unfortunately, in most Christian denominations, they try to tell you that pagans are evil. It's just not true. There are so many good-hearted
Oh.
pagans that just put
Farting? Kate. What?
good out into the
I
world.
have absolutely no idea.
So is it basically saying any religion that isn't Abrahamic is pagan?
Wait, can I hit these?
Well, if you want the
watch out for the lava.
if you want the truth, any religion that has multiple gods,
That was dumb.
pagan. And any religion that has
Okay, I think
multiple
that's one less
gods
key.
is pagan. That is the definition.
Yeah.
What the hell? Why do I?
So then,
Wait.
So then, what is Christianity? Because they
What?
believe that that God is like three.
Why do I
beings
lose
in
my?
one.
No. That's different.
Huh?
That is a trinity.
Okay,
Why do I
That
lose
is-
my
that's a-
pink coins?
Watch out.
That's a trinity.
And
Three.
also,
That's
I
a
know
trinity.
you were
That's a
talking.
trinity where all three are the same.
Also,
All three of those are the same being.
Also, I know you were talking about like Lutheran earlier. Like, how come in my city the Lutheran church is called Trinity Lutheran?
Because Lutherans also believe in the Trinity.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
every Christian believes in the Trinity, so why is like Lutheran like specifically like Trinity?
It's not. It's not specifically about the Trinity. I feel like they probably just stuck that on their sign to attract members because, like, ooh, maybe it's like a slightly different Lutheran.
Watch out.
Also, is every denomination run by a larger governing body? Like in my city, there's multiple like
Okay, kill the fly.
like there's multiple like
Oh, yeah.
Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran.
I think he
blah, blah,
goes
blah.
killed the
Are they
fly.
all run
Yeah,
by
I
like some
did.
larger governing body, or are some
job.
denominations independent?
Both.
Oh yeah,
See, the thing is, like, there are
Ball.
Methodist churches that are under the umbrella of like
What?
larger rules of like the biggest Methodist churches, but there are separate Methodist churches that operate differently, and that applies to all branches.
Branches.
Also, apparently, I heard there's
Right.
such thing as independent Catholics or something, but I've never seen that because I thought Catholic is Catholic. Like,
You know what I don't get? You know what I don't understand? Why do they feel the need to like pray to or pray through saints like humans? They like
Yeah.
like humans that were like were religious in this life. Once they die, they become saints, and then you can pray to them. Like they were just humans on this earth, like who presumably went to heaven. And now you're praying to them as if they are God. Like it's weird. It's really weird. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be Catholic if you're Catholic. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't fully understand the concept because, like, you believe in God, you believe in Jesus, but then you also like worship Jesus's mother Mary.
I mean, I think, well, their reasoning is that she's an important figure
Important fig. Wow.
You're
Right,
symbolizing as the mother
but it's
of
not just
God.
Mother Mary. You're also praying to her and other people, like humans, that have been on this earth that did good deeds or good enough to get into heaven, and enough so that
Alright.
people
That's
revered
alright,
them
I like
here on
that.
earth,
Oh,
and
that's
therefore we
clear.
should pray to them. I don't
Jizz
understand that.
square. Ew.
Like they were good humans, so we should pray to them.
So, I don't really understand.
Be right back.
Okay.
One thing
Fucking
I've
flying.
always wondered is that when
Japanese.
we pray at church, they say "Dear Heavenly Father." So I always think that they're talking to like God Himself, like the Old Testament God, when they say Father, but then then at the end they say "In Jesus' name" or something. So are they talking to both gods or just one?
They're praying to the Father, God. But at the same time, because it's a Trinity, they are also praying to Jesus. They are making the prayer in Jesus' name because through Jesus they are saved, right? But the prayer itself has to go directly to God. So the prayer goes directly to God. But they're saying that they are praying Jesus' name because they believe Jesus will come back. And Jesus is the Son of God and also God. So they're praying in Jesus' name.
Also, what does amen mean?
I'm back again.
It's like a resolution. No, like a resolution of prayer. It's basically like the same thing as
come on!
Like
got bonked.
What? Oh, so
I
think my
like freaking went to the pit.
Damn.
Man. Oh wait, one of them is. No, that's coinies. That's another coin. Was that?
Hey, did you know it doesn't?
What is that?
Did you know that you're probably committing a sin right now?
What does that mean?
Wait, how?
Face.
Well, how can you be How can you be perfectly sinless?
Guys, I'll be right back.
Well,
Wait, so
I was just saying, like there are a lot of weird, like very specific things that are considered sin.
Right.
The Bible, like wearing mixed fabrics. If you're wearing something that's part cotton, part polyester, like mixed fabrics, that's a sin.
Really? It's just fabric.
Look it up.
Really
Look it up. Mixed fabric. Can't wear them. Fabrics is a sin.
Okay. And why would God care so much about clothing? Like
I don't know.
I get it. I mean, in Christianity, it
This
says
is why I tell you.
I don't know.
This is why. Okay. This is why I tell you should read the Old Testament. Read the Old Testament. You get a lot of context for how God was before Jesus.
Oh yeah, do Old Testament laws still apply to modern day even after the new covenant with Jesus?
Let me pull up the verse. I'll find the verse real quick that says where Jesus specifically says that he did not come to abolish the old laws. Let me find it real quick.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm usually pretty quick.
Oh. Okay. Oh my god. That was cool.
Yo, it's another verse. It's literally another verse from Matthew. It's another verse from Matthew.
Wow.
Wait, wait, I know there's like 4 gospel books, but which one is like the best gospel?
The last one that I mentioned, the one that said, where Jesus said, the last one was from Matthew 10, where Jesus said,
N-word?
I did not come. Or something like he said that. And this one is also from Matthew, but it's from Matthew 5:17, so it's from a bit earlier in Matthew. And he says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophet, meaning like the laws and prophets of the Old Testament. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. So it literally said, Jesus, in context, in the New Testament says, I have not come to get rid of the laws and the prophets of the Old Testament. I've come to fulfill them. So he is literally saying, like, the Old Testament still applies. He says that in Matthew 5.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why, like, this is literally like that whenever someone...
Oh, it dropped anyway. What the fuck?
To that verse, because Jesus literally said the Old Testament still applies. The only part of the Old Testament that doesn't still apply is when Jesus sacrifices himself for humanity's sins. That is the only thing that makes a difference. And if you really read into it, it still says that, like, you have every time you commit a sin, whether it's a sin from the Old or New Testament, you have to reaffirm your commitment to Jesus every single time. Like, it is very redundant, but at the same time, I understand.
What does reaffirm mean? Does that mean if every time I sin, I have to get rebaptized or something?
That you believe in Jesus and that, you know, you turn your soul over to Jesus or whatever, you know, that jazz.
Jesus.
I took a shower to warm myself up.
You hear me?
Yeah, I'm cold now. So cold.
Holy now. What?
Hey, at least you have
literally after just stepping out of the shower.
at least you have running hot water.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have to take...
Me and Josh have been without hot water for months.
Oh my... How do you guys shower?
I mean, I don't know about, like, Josh has his own method, but
yeah,
for me, I just go, like, twice a month to the YMCA.
Yeah. Well, what I do? Okay, my mom boils like.
Because I don't really get out. I'm not physically active, so I don't sweat. I don't stink.
Well, what my mom does, she takes, you know, the cold water that's from the sink and just boils it, and waits till it's like the perfect temperature, so it's not too hot, and then uses it to bathe. And that's what.
That is so annoying. Like, honestly, I would use that method, but it is so annoying, and, like, I don't have the patience.
Well, I mean, she does it, so.
Like, Josh, honestly, if you had to do it yourself, would you be doing it?
I mean, I have a lot of patience. I mean, I could probably do it.
But it's like, okay.
I'm so sorry you guys are living like this.
Like, okay, the pot that you boil water in is not that. Do you realize how much water that is? You have to boil like 3 pots of water. At least for me, that's how much water I would need. And it takes 10 minutes to boil a pot of water.
Which equals to about 30 minutes.
Entertain yourself.
That is literally just 30 minutes to boil the water needed.
Yo, Buggy, just curious, cause I'm still on my journey with reading the Bible, but what book is like the hardest one to read?
Try me.
Especially for someone that'd be like my age, which is 13.
It depends on which translation. Be honest.
Well, I'm still in a relatively new. Just like I'm still in a relatively new translation, but like.
It's always going to be Old Testament books. The Old Testament books are always going to be the hardest, usually. I said always, and then I said usually. I corrected myself.
Okay, whatever. So that bad was fun.
But the problem is, the problem is with these really new translations is that they over translate, they oversimplify. And in some cases, and I've seen this, they literally remove verses that they don't like. And I really hate that. I really hate that. Don't remove verses from your holy book. If you have a holy book that you believe is the word of God or inspired by the word of God, why would you be removing? I feel like that's hiding.
Shit balls.
Wait, so also,
yeah, exactly. Because
I've always
that
been
is,
debating
that is
what's the
actually
difference.
from Hollywood.
So I've been debating what's the difference between King James version and New King James version.
Oh,
the same thing I just said. Like a lot of editing. A lot of editing. It's like a game of telephone, like I said. With each new translation, it gets further and further from the truth that it started with.
Yeah, exactly. Because that was back.
Just, Buggy, in your opinion, when you read it, what book did you thought was like the hardest to read?
I don't remember like exactly what the translation was called, but like ability, and like if you go as far back as you can in Bible history, like to the point where it's barely like understandable, you have to like use a reference list of words, understand the words being said in there. Like you will have a much better understanding of the Bible. But
like what book? Because like what story was like the hardest one? I'm not talking about like the actual words, but like the actual story. What story was like the most confusing one?
The most confusing?
Yeah, like not the actual words itself with reading, but like just the story of the book. Like which book is like has the weirdest or most confusing story?
Well, it's not or like a section of stories in particular. It's more so when you look across all of the stories and you see contradiction. That's the most confusing part.
But this is actually not that hard, to be honest.
I've always thought that Genesis was always like the hardest, or like the most boring book in my opinion.
Boring.
Like what? Like hold on. But like the beginning of Genesis is like super easy.
Yeah, but then like later, suddenly they're all slaves in Egypt. It just like it jumps from like, oh yeah, we're just like chilling in the Garden of Eden to suddenly now we're slaves in Egypt. Like,
yes, and honestly, the reason it's confusing is because you're missing a lot of context, because that story is ripped straight out of the Torah. If you want the full context, to read the Torah, which is written by the Jews. That's where that story comes from.
But what does Genesis even mean? I thought that was just like a basketball team in my city.
No.
Basketball team.
No. Genesis means the beginning. It literally means the start of something.
What the fuck?
It's a word that you can use in day-to-day life. Like could say
Yeah.
like the Genesis. You could say
Yeah,
like
exactly. Because that one
you could
is
say
actually a word.
like you could say the genesis of my online presence was whatever made you popular.
Oh my
Like
God.
Genesis is the beginning of something.
Oh, and then I assume Exodus means like their
Exodus
exit from Egypt.
Yes, exit means like to be expelled or
Hun, he said Exodus. XO. Put a little person on the O
exiled
part.
from something or somewhere.
That's a lot of emphasis. Oh God, I can't speak, dude. That's a lot of emphasis
Well,
on
yeah,
the O.
yeah, it is. Exodus in general just to be like to have a large group of people leaving an area. But I mean, they were essentially forced to leave the area. It was unlivable for them.
And besides, didn't they want to leave?
Yes, because it was unlivable. Like it was literally unlivable for them.
Okay, what the fuck is that?
What was so unlivable about it?
Well, 93. Awesome.
I mean, you already know, don't you?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ah, funny.
I mean, you know at least
what?
The only
basic Egyptian
I know
history,
is that
right?
Egypt had a lot of slaves, and it's really hot, dry, and deserty.
And they forced the slaves to build the pyramids and Sphinx and all that.
Nice.
And doing a whole bunch of physical labor in a really hot climate do not go well together.
Yeah. And they try to say like, it was indentured servitude. So if they stayed in servitude for 7 years, they'd be set free. Most of them did not last that long. Most of them didn't last that long because it was such grueling. It was such grueling work.
Come on, dude. Okay, daddies and.
It's sad. It really is. Like Egyptians so smart, but they couldn't let go of
Why is it still going?
slave trade. Like literally, slave trade was what made them crumble.
What? What the heck?
Tremble. Okay, it's stupid.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Speaking of Egypt, I've actually know some people who genuinely believe that it was aliens that made the pyramids.
I know.
Yeah,
there's so many fucking retards that believe that.
Oh my God.
I'm being honest. You must have like 70 IQ if you believe that.
You dumb as shit. You dumb as shit. You fail.
Are not alone in the universe.
Stupid.
I believe that. No,
I mean, I guess
100%.
It's like
100%. This
like that.
Hold on, wait. This universe is so vast. There is no way that we are the only intelligent life in this universe. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, like what's the point of having a giant universe that's like trillions of light years long? And
yes, and Jesus even said that God has sheep in other pens.
Sorry. Shitting pens?
He even said that.
What does sheep
Jesus
and other
said-
pens mean? Is that
meaning
like
meaning that we are not God's only people.
Oh wait, is a metaphor saying that we're not the only creation.
Yes, exactly.
I heard that Jesus used a lot of what was it called again? It was language something. No, it was There's a name for like where they use like stuff like
Japanese.
Literary devices.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I heard of Jesus like to use a lot of like literation like that.
No, not alliteration.
It's not.
Oh, there's like a certain name. They're like
literary devices.
Yeah.
Literary devices.
oh, but
Yeah.
You know, Caleb, honestly, I respect the fuck out of you because you are a Christian just trying to do good, trying to understand the world, and trying to understand where you fit in and where God fits into all of it.
Look at the boot.
Respect that.
That's right.
I honestly do.
Sometimes, yeah, it's a little bit hard trying to balance multiple things like that.
What the
No,
fuck?
for real. Like, cause, trust me, like, by the time you're a 30-year-old, like, if you're still a Christian at 30 years old, I'd be, like, badgering people and harassing them and, like, being an asshole and saying, like, you're wrong and Jesus is Lord and blah, blah, blah. But, like, you're still at the age where you can think for yourself. And the fact that you're asking questions and you're being, like, still, you believe, and I admire that. But you're also open-minded and questioning. That is a very good thing.
Because my mom has also taught me.
Oh shit! No bouncies. No. Give him the boot.
Nationalist, like they're like they support. I don't really want to get into it because I know Josh is a rule for it, but they like heavily like to lean towards one certain political party in America.
I already know what you're talking about, and I am also a nationalist. I believe USA, bro.
But like, I don't really get why a church here is preaching about it if we live in Canada. Like, why does it have to apply to us if it's in a different country?
Honestly, the separation of church and state is a good thing. We should have complete separation of church and state.
Yeah, I don't understand why churches bring politics in.
Okay, yeah. No! Alright.
They should never do that. They should never do that.
I remember. There's literally said church and state shouldn't
yes,
mix.
They
literally explicitly said that.
They absolutely need to be separate for freedom of religion to work.
Of course.
Because here's the problem. If you intertwine religion and government, then freedom of religion cannot exist.
Right, that makes sense.
Like, yeah, and also in Canada, part of like the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, like our Constitution, literally states that we have the freedom to practice whatever religion we want.
No, you come back.
Back. And
which doesn't,
that's why I'm so sad that like half of Canada is divided against the other.
Right.
Because America and Canada share so many values.
It's mostly Eastern Canada. Well, Eastern Canada, like especially like Ontario.
They're like the far left liberals.
Yeah, Ontario, they're always like Canada, but like Alberta, most of the people in Alberta where I live love America for some reason.
See, the problem is I've actually researched this. Like the eastern part of Canada, they like to think that they have everything in Canada under their control. And so they have the final say. Problem is that like Western Canada does like most of the industrial stuff. In the middle of Canada, like does most of the commerce. So like Eastern Canada is like just like the social hub where they do their legislation. It's literally that. So they have the most say. They're not the ones doing most of the work.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me because like.
Yeah.
And look, this has nothing to. I'm not trying to have anything to do with politics. This is just about the country itself.
Right. Yeah. No, it's literally just about like
I
the
feel
work.
like
Yeah.
they should all work together as one. Like
yes.
Yeah, that's
what?
right.
Like Alberta is mostly responsible for oil.
Right.
British Columbia is responsible for a lot of like energy, like hydro.
Yeah.
Okay, give me. That was terrible.
Central
and
Canada, like
technological
Saskatchewan
advances as
and
well.
Manitoba. That is
Minerals.
mostly whatever. It's kind of they're mostly minerals. And then Eastern is like mostly government.
Yes.
But
It's government. It's government, but also it's trade and commerce.
What I don't understand about why some people in Alberta were talking about trying to join America, because
it wasn't.
Alberta plays
It's
a
not just
crucial role in Canada. If Alberta
but it's
left
not just
Canada,
Alberta. It's not just Alberta. Actually, if I remember correctly, it's like 5, maybe 6 different parts of Canada. It's literally like a chunk of Canada that is trying to become part of the United States. And you know what? I don't even. Okay.
I'm gonna believe that's still wrong.
I don't even necessarily want Canada to be part of the United States. I do think that the United States and Canada should have a much closer alliance because we are so we're so close together that okay, for instance, if Canada and the US were to become one, we would be much more of a superpower because there wouldn't be trade embargoes across the border. There wouldn't there wouldn't be these issues that we have today that limit things like tariffs and trade embargoes and and other things like that impact relations between Canada and the United States. And I hate that because Canada and US agree on more than they disagree. I feel like the only reason Canada as a whole board is because the eastern part of Canada puts out the most press, and the most press coming out of Canada is anti-Trump. That's the only reason they won't join. That's the only reason.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, a lot of the reason why people in Alberta are mostly right is because they all seem to have this idea that most of their tax money is just gonna go towards like Ontario.
It's true. It's literally true.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think
most of the funds that are created, Western Canada and Central Canada. Most of the funds that go to Canada go to Eastern Canada. The eastern part and central part of Canada are getting fucked.
Is that why the places in Ontario seem to have so much money, yet all the shit in Alberta seems to barely get funded?
Yeah, because it's literally up to the East to dictate where the money goes. And they decide to pump it into identity politics and alternative energy when they literally have oil, natural resources that they could tap into, but they won't.
Oh my god.
I mean,
so annoying.
Yeah.
They literally won't use their own natural resources because of fear of climate change. The thing is, Canada isn't even a problem for climate change. Hasn't been a climate problem in Canada.
Yeah, that's been mostly the States, I think.
Exactly. The United States.
Yeah, exactly.
The United States has had a pollution problem, but Canada hasn't. And using up. Okay, using up natural resources isn't really a problem. If you think about it. Like, use up the natural oil and gases and stuff. Okay, that's fine. We are working on alternative energy sources as we speak.
Yeah.
And they continue to get better and better, right? So in the meantime, we can continue to use the natural resources at our disposal, and it gains us a lot of money by using these natural resources. But if we continue to use these underdeveloped alternative resources, it's not going to fully support our economy. You cannot fully support an economy on wind power, hydroelectric. Cannot support an economy on the alternative alone. Cannot do it. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. That's why the U.S. is currently still drilling, like, for oil, still looking for natural gases, oil, stuff like that.
Menstrual gases?
What? No.
What the fuck?
No, but we're still drilling for natural oils and gases because it is currently the most efficient.
What the
Now,
hell?
we are still in the middle of developing alternative fuel resources, but that is not even the issue. If we cut all funding to natural natural gas and natural oils,
natural ass,
we are going to hemorrhage our resources. Literally, like, we're going to lose so much money, going to put the entire country in more debt than we've seen ever before. So I agree with the country when we say take advantage of the natural resources that we have. And I think that the West and the central part of Canada should be following suit. Take advantage of the natural resources you have, but continue to research sources like wind, hydroelectric, thermal energy, and even nuclear energy, because nuclear energy is becoming safer and safer the more we
oh my god, dude, why am I bopping around?
What?
The thing is, like, if we can master nuclear energy, realize we'll never be in an energy crisis again. If we can master nuclear energy, we will never be in an energy crisis again.
City Lights Kitty Fights
Ever.
by Green Holly from the Night Kingdom. Arrow.
Was that a fart?
Hey, that's what I thought.
Caleb farted.
No, I didn't.
My god.
Oh my god.
Are you serious?
Okay, well, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, Bart?
Wait a minute.
Maybe it was your, like, gaming chair. Something.
I'm not even sitting on my gaming chair. I'm sitting on my bed.
There's a camera.
Josh literally said, "Are you serious?"
Yeah. That's. I thought that too. Like, as long as I said ass. Bloom.
Honestly, hold on. Do you realize, Caleb? The U.S. is about to acquire Greenland. Literally, we have a trade deal. Not a trade deal, more of an acquisition deal in the works for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. Do you know how much protection that is going to, like, secure? Like, if the U.S. actually does get Greenland, that's going to provide protection for the U.S., Canada, and all of the UK, plus Finland and Norway and Scotland. Like, all of those areas are going to be protected because the U.S. is going to have military bases in Greenland.
Wait, but I keep getting, someone keeps telling me that Canada's gonna have like a war with the States.
It's fucking retarded. It's fucking retarded. Because literally, what the US is doing with Greenland is going to be protecting Canada and the UK, like, literally a defense mechanism against China and Russia. If you, like, I'm sorry, but if you like communist China and Russia, and I don't know what to say.
Boom, boom.
Like, Russia already has Arctic bases. They already have Arctic bases. Greenland is an unused waste of space. The US is going to come in and make it usable. Make it not only usable in terms of breaking through the ice and obtaining resources. It's not even about the resources. It's about national and world security. It's about national and world security. And if the US acquires Greenland, which it's going to, it is, like, literally, it's already being worked up. We are going to acquire Greenland. There's nothing anyone can do to stop us. We're acquiring Greenland. That is going to make Canada more secure. It's going to make the UK more secure. It's going to make all countries around there more secure. From Russia, from China, from all opposing forces. I feel like if Canada wants to start a war with the US, they have no chance. They literally have no chance, and Canada will be forced to become the 51st state. Literally. Like, Canada has no military compared to the US. Canada has no military compared to the US.
Earthy.
It's just the fact. It's literally just, like...
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
As Trump would say, we have the cards! You don't have the cards, we have the cards!
Shit! Oh, save it, bitch!
So, it's basically, if you ally with the United States, you will prosper. You will succeed because we have your back.
I'm back.
And if you don't ally with the United States,
sorry, what's going on?
Sorry, but you have no defense. Like, literally, if you don't ally with the United States, you don't have our defense system. So that sucks to be you, I guess. USA. USA.
To be honest,
USA.
To be honest,
well, I'm kind of screwed now.
I was looking at the different, like, values of in Alberta specifically, because, like, Alberta has their, like, I mean, like, it's still technically the same, like, parties, but, like, I was looking at specifically Alberta. Technically, I would lean a little bit more conservative, but honestly, I'm just gonna say this once. I think Danielle Smith sucks.
Yo. Well, I used to be like, now I'm a moderate right. I'm moderate right now. Like, because, like, now the moderate left is crazy. Like, the left has gone full nuclear retard.
Where am I?
Like,
oh, right there.
Seriously, like, the left has gone so far in Delulu land, it's not even crazy. I mean, it's not even funny.
I have a question. Do you think Canada should ever do, like, a thing where they would, like, where they should let, like, the youth vote?
No. I heard about that. They, like, trying to make it so 16-year-olds can vote. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
What do you mean, why?
Is it because they're more likely to be like influenced by what their parents believe?
Yes, and the fact that you've asked so many questions because you're ignorant on so many matters just proves the fact that someone your age is underdeveloped in their brain. No offense, it's just a scientific fact. Like, your brain is not developed enough at 16 years old to actually, like, contribute to matters that involve the security of an entire nation.
Oh, come on.
Honestly, if you want my opinion, like 18 is the very, 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 very minimum. Like,
yeah,
you're okay as a man, like as a male, your brain doesn't stop developing until age 25.
Yeah. Sir, that was a bomb.
So, I mean, I would probably put voting age at age 20. Probably put it at age 20. Because at that point, you're 2 years out of high school. So you either join the workforce or you're studying in college.
Right.
So at that point, I feel like you have better understanding of the world. So I'd say at age 20 is a good age to be able to vote.
That shot got me.
And I'd say the same thing for going to war. Age 20 to vote, age 20 to go to war.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the only biggest reason why I would vote conservative. Sorry about saying this, but just that I cannot afford to live in the future if I'm gonna have to pay taxes. The only.
It's so
okay.
bad.
That's the only. That's one of the biggest reasons. It's more financial.
Do you know the reason why conservatives cut taxes?
No.
It's because the liberals spend taxes on bullshit.
Boo.
Like, okay, if you look at like liberal leaning Democrat like leaders, they spend money on like fraud. Like, number one, like shit that doesn't even happen, and number two, they spend it on like gender queer studies in college.
Gender queers.
And like yeah, no, like they literally spend it on the most trivial bullshit. And like half the time it's not even in your country. The spending is not even in your country. And so yes, the reason that conservatives cut spending, cut government spending, they cut taxation. The reason that conservatives do that, because conservatives focus on your nation. They focus on the security of your nation. Like, they're not about like spending money outside of the country. That's
just
why.
Like, I don't know. I'm not trying to sound too crazy. I don't want to end up talking about too much because I know there's a rule. That's why I'm trying to be as careful as I can.
I'm confused.
I'm pretty sure there's like a rule against politics on the server, and that's why I'm trying to be careful with what I say.
I am literally just waiting for Josh to cut me out. That's enough of that. But I feel like I'm literally just I'm like, you're asking questions. I'm presenting what I've learned from facts.
And also, yeah, but speaking of like my church, the reason why I was talking about this because my mom gave me advice. Do not follow blindly with what people tell you. Like, just like vote for what you think suits your beliefs.
What is this shit?
Okay, I agree with the first part. Do not follow blindly what says. I agree with that first part. the second part that she said, I don't agree with, because she said the second part was, just follow what you believe. I feel like that is saying, like, stay firm to what you believe.
Okay, you do all coins.
No, like,
Why add
no, like
three
what she
Charizards?
meant is like vote for like what would be what like
That's
your
beautiful.
values
That's
for like
honestly
or whatever.
But I would strongly recommend that before you vote, definitely, like, what you should do is look at both sides, like both of the politicians.
Sluts.
See what see what each of them, like, what their policies are. Look at the policies and see which policies you agree with more. Like, that's like the best way to vote, because policies that they're saying they want to put in place, that's the future you can expect, right? Like, for instance, the reason I voted for Donald Trump, I did vote for Donald that he was running on. I actually agreed with.
No. Okay. Oh,
well, I did.
Dragon.
I agreed with the policies that he was running on.
Shit.
Yeah, I agree.
And so I voted for him because Kamala Harris, and I'm just gonna say it, she didn't have any. She didn't have any real policy. Her policy was, Trump is bad, and I'm gonna be the first woman president. She basically said Trump is bad, so don't vote for him. You should vote for me because I'm a woman. And that's not a policy. That's not a that. There's literally nothing for me to vote on there. So, like, I voted for someone that had actual policy that could make changes in the nation that I thought were good. So yeah, if you're going to vote, look at the policy that they.
Yeah, exactly. But you might want to vote on.
Can I find some ibuprofen? My head is just hurting.
Ibuprofen.
Like, why are we even assigned to be a president if you can't even present a policy? Like, what the
Yeah, I know, right? It was like she was selected just because she was like a non-white woman.
Like, you have to have experience.
She was a woman.
Come on.
How can you even sign it?
Like, yeah, I'm not white. I'm a woman. And don't vote for Trump. That was her policy. Crazy. Meanwhile, Trump's over here. Trump's over here like, I want to deport illegal immigrants because they are stealing jobs from legal people here in the United States.
Yeah.
Including people who immigrated legally.
Yeah.
And so people were voting based on that primarily. But there was also the fact that it was against women, like women's sports being invaded by men who were claiming to be women. And this is still a problem that like is trying to be fought against. Like he passed a bill that made it a lot harder, but it's still a problem. And there's also the fraud, the massive fraud that's been taking place. And as you can see, that's being dealt with. Like every single thing that he has run on, he has been dealing with. It's not even just stuff in America. He ran on Make America Great Again, but he's not even stopping there. He is trying to make the world a better place. Yeah. That is something impressive that I'm fully on board with. Like he caused a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. caused this ceasefire between them.
Whoa,
Because
I'm stretching that.
he caused the hostages to be released, and people were just like, meh, whatever.
Sorry, my head wasn't hurting because
Yeah.
it wasn't you guys that I was getting a headache. I just started getting a headache out of nowhere.
Alright, I think that's a good place to stop with politics.
Oh,
Okay.
Caleb.
It's not your guys. It's not your. It's not your guys' fault.
Wait,
Caleb. If you're not aware of this, consuming too much caffeine in a 24-hour period can cause headaches or migraines.
Oh,
I only
Yeah.
Bagels
I
warning
only took like
expires today.
I only took like 1 cup and that was
Yeah,
it.
but I think it's today.
Oh, you only had like 1 cup of coffee?
Yeah, well yesterday
that?
I only had 1 cup of coffee
Wait, so
at
why
like
can
at like
you have
I had
one
1 cup of
one
coffee
coffee in it?
yesterday around 7:30 in the morning before
Bagel.
school, and then this morning I had coffee like around 10.
I don't think he's there.
Oh.
Oh,
So maybe
hey,
you're
Coots,
okay.
Coots,
Actually,
my
Caleb,
share.
you know what might be Caleb, what might be happening? You might be having caffeine withdrawals because you cut back on caffeine for the
Suits, my
past couple
bad. That's
days.
Suits.
Like because normally you're drinking caffeine energy drinks. So maybe you're having headaches because you're actually consuming less, which is actually
That's a cool.
it's a good thing because you're reducing the caffeine in your body.
Bro, I actually hate caffeine withdrawal because it actually just
I know you mean
pounds my
SR.
head.
Yeah,
I either
that's
get
why I limit myself to either cups of coffee or 1 energy drink per day.
Yeah, I only have 1 energy drink. Actually, speaking of energy drink, I heard that
Wait,
Monster was gonna.
how did you add 1 coffee into?
Anyways, I heard that
Live
Monster is going to be coming out with like a new a more like female-oriented brand or something. But
Maybe I'll
like,
try it.
I don't really understand why they're making a
Well, I
girl-oriented
used to have a
version.
coffee before, but still.
Okay.
I don't really understand why, because I've literally met, like, I've met girls before that, like, drink actual Monster, and
Yeah, my
so I don't know
sister
why they're
does.
trying to make an overly
Caleb.
female
My
version.
sister does drink like energy drinks.
Oh my god. Okay, Caleb, quick story time. I was at a friend's house and we were all supposed to play D&D, and like we got our characters set up, but we ended up being so tired by the time we finished setting up our characters that we all decided to go to sleep. I wasn't able to sleep. I was uncomfortable on the couch. And
my god.
like her boyfriend, like the girl's boyfriend was out of town. It was just like our friend that was on the other like love seat that was sleeping. And I went into her bedroom and I was like, "Hey, what's up? Like I can't sleep." And she was like, "I can't either." And so like we ended up doing stuff together, and she was the kind of girl bought like those gigantic like 30 packs of Monsters at a time. So she drank Monster all the time. And I gotta tell you something, bro. Girls that drink Monster all the time, they smell like swamp down there.
Ew.
They smell like swamp down there. I am telling you. Like, you run into a girl who drinks Monster all the time, like that is her go-to beverage. Avoid that pussy like it is the plague.
When the fuck?
That wasn't really something I wanted to hear, but okay.
Well, I just okay. I'm like sage wisdom. I'm just telling you. Like okay,
Okay, just
like
look,
okay,
I'm sorry,
Caleb.
just that thought. Yeah.
You know that like eating certain foods can influence the flavor of your own ejaculate, correct?
I don't know, but
Okay, well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing for females, except worse because it affects the smell, it affects everything.
Yep.
So like when they drink
Yeah.
Monster constantly, it is so just be
Yeah, it's
aware.
gross.
If a girl is drinking Monster all the time, it's probably going to be very stinky down there.
Eat.
By the way, I'm pretty sure I'm
Disgusting.
13.
Wait, ew.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
I found that out the hard way.
Yep.
Yeah.
By experiencing it.
Yeah.
But first of all, I'm 13. I don't know why I'm hearing this.
Oh. Wait, I thought you were 14 or 15.
No, I'm only like 13. But I'm actually gonna turn 13. I'm actually gonna turn 14 pretty soon.
Well, I mean, hold on, wait, hold on. So you have like 13. You're going into a sex ed class.
Yeah, I mean, I already know how reproduction works. I've been learning that for health. I've learned that in health class.
Yeah, but there are some things that they don't tell you.
Yeah, I asked them question. I once asked them questions about like, okay, then what I was curious at the time. I was asking what's HRT because I heard like some people who were like
Hormone replacement therapy.
yeah, and they were like being like they're like sketched out, like trying not to saying that they can't talk about it or
That
something.
yes, and actually I respect the teachers for that because there are a lot of teachers nowadays in America trying to like indoctrinate kids into cutting their dicks off. So.
No.
Bro, I've literally seen parents get like upset at their kids for coming out as straight.
Yeah, like okay. Think of it this way. We have an entire population of people that cannot reproduce because they are LGBTQ, right? And so how do they reproduce?
Yeah.
I'll let you take a guess. If you can't reproduce sexually, how do you reproduce? If you have these like ideologies, LGBTQ, how do you reproduce?
They adopt?
No, I mean, yes, adoption, yes.
Yeah.
But also, if you happen to be that and also a teacher, you impart those ideas on your students. That is literally like a problem we have in American schools today. Like you'll have this radical leftist teacher teaching kids like here's the different pronouns, here's like different ways you can identify, like here's why you might want to chop your dick off.
Actually, I was watching a music video. I think it was like an Avicii song or something. I think it was like Silhouettes or something.
Okay.
I was watching the music video and like the story was about like a troubled person who was transitioning and they were going to get surgery. And then as they were watching TV, it literally showed Avicii himself as a chef chopping a cucumber in half. And I like realized like that was a hidden meaning in the video cuz like him acting as a chef cutting a cucumber in half was kind of like a metaphor talking about the person transitioning or something.
Yeah. And honestly transitioning is a lot more dangerous than you think it is. Very dangerous.
Yeah, I heard it's like if
Yes, actually,
someone
because
like
that one is actually very dangerous.
I mean it
And
permanently affects your body.
And we're not even talking about detransitioning. Do you realize how many people transition when they're young and then realize they made a huge mistake and they can't go back?
Yeah.
What do you mean they can't go back? Like what would happen if they tried?
No, because like they've been indoctrinated to feel like they don't belong in their own body, and then they physically alter their body and they cannot change it back because they have been mutilated. They've surgically been mutilated.
Yeah.
So they cannot be turned back to what they were.
Yeah.
Then how come I hear people who's been like that since kids and even now as they're adults still talking about how they feel like a
Yeah, there are okay, yes. There are okay.
Yeah, I
It
think
is
there
a
are.
very slim percentage population people that actually feel that way from a young age and then continue on like, but the problem is that you shouldn't be able to transition physically till you are adult.
Right.
You don't have the decision
Right.
making
Sense.
capacity until you're an adult.
Speaking of that, also what I don't understand is that
Wait,
I hear that
so
I've
I
literally
think
heard
I think it is now. I think it is
Not
time to end the stream.
what?
Yeah, we
Wait.
got 19 minutes, Creeper.
Okay.
Speaking of that, I actually did
Because
hear
I have to go to
how
sleep
like
at 11.
how literal 4-year-old
11:51. Yeah, I might
I
leave
literally
at 11:51 in my area.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yep.
also
I'm not
Okay.
going just yet.
Yo, this might be a
I'm not
dumb
going just yet,
question, but
I must stay here.
Okay. Yes,
until
we
when
know,
it's-
Creeper. Let Caleb
I
talk.
don't know if this is something
Oh,
I should ask you guys
alright.
or if this is
Jesus
something I should
Christ.
Google.
You can talk now. Jesus.
Is Creeper okay? Creeper, are
That's
you okay?
okay.
That was like the biggest stutter I've heard in my life.
Hey,
Yeah.
hold on. Don't make fun of him for his
No.
stutter though.
I'm not making fun. I'm not trying to make fun. That's not my intention. I was
okay.
I was genuinely asking if he was okay.
Oh, I think it's just like when he gets nervous, right, Creeper?
Yeah.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, exactly.
I get bullied for stuttering too.
Oh.
I just try my absolute best to not stutter. Even though
Yo, I used to troll my teacher by like whenever I got selected to read, I knew where the passage was and I would read it as fast as I possibly could because I knew I could. And like she or he would get mad at me even though I was reading it correctly just because I was reading it too fast for the other students.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, stop being smart.
So I know, but I've heard like stories.
Okay, that
Actually,
is interesting on that.
So Buggy, I have a question. I don't know if it's
Like, what
if
the
this should be like
fuck?
if this should be like a you question or if this should be a Google question. But I was gonna search up is like furry or like people who like have fursuits and like part of that community like a type of LGBTQ?
Okay, no, it isn't necessarily.
Yeah.
It isn't okay. Is not necessarily a part of the LGBTQ.
That makes
because there are plenty of straight heterosexual furries.
Yeah.
Who are attracted to the opposite gender, but anthropomorphize opposite gender.
Right.
Yeah, but like I thought technically it would be like a type of queer since they're dressing up as animals.
No. Queer, okay, queer means like not like one of the rigidly defined gender. That's what queer means. Like a not a rigidly defined gender. So when you're talking about furries, they are essentially LARPing or cosplaying as an anthropomorphic character because they relate to that. And also because they are also because they are attracted to anthropomorphic characters that have human traits and animal traits.
Huh.
It doesn't make them genderqueer.
Yeah.
Like genderqueer, like being queer, just means that they don't identify as the stereotypical male or female.
Okay.
Yeah, the guys, but it was someone just called me.
Oh.
Yeah, but Buggy, the reason why,
Then I'm views.
the only thing I
Nice.
don't understand
never
about
mind.
that is because it kind of goes against the Bible. This is just my opinion. Like, you guys can completely disagree with me if you want.
I would actually.
But
No, I would actually be very interested to know like what verses or what verse like you're
Excuse me.
citing.
like in Genesis, how it talks about how he planted Adam and Eve in the garden. Like, I used to be somewhat left. Like, before I started going to church, I used to be like very messy. Like, I just like didn't
No,
know
but
what to do with my life. But I feel like church is like kind of like shaping me. It's like somewhat molding me. And from reading Genesis, like, I believe like God created man and woman. Like,
all right,
no,
I will capitulate a little bit that I do believe that there is man and woman, and if you identify more with the opposite gender, then you have gender dysphoria. It is a real condition, and there are ways to approach that. Whether you choose to approach it in transitioning or with therapy, your choice. But like as far as like the Bible goes, I agree. There are some very good lessons. There
also
are some very good lessons in the
some
Bible.
Christian evangelists say that trans is technically sinful or something.
Yes, it is. It is according to the Bible. According to the Bible, transitioning against God, because you are not to mutilate or get rid of your parts.
Yeah, exactly.
Parts. What?
Your sexual reproductive organs. You're not to get rid of them or mutilate them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's literally part of the like. It's literally part of like the main things you're not supposed to do.
then why is there such thing called a circumcision?
There's no humiliation.
That's part of the Torah.
Like, I remembered reading
That's
Genesis.
part of the Torah.
Yeah, I was reading Genesis, and I remember like God was saying that he was commanding Abraham to like circumcise as like to like mark the covenant or something like that.
Again, that's part of the Torah. It's a very big reason why you should read the Old Testament. Because
wait, I thought the Torah was just the first 5 books.
Okay, the Torah is the origin of Christianity because the Christian faith began out of Judaism.
Yeah.
We were living.
Without Judaism, Christianity would have never sprung.
Yeah.
Like literally Jesus Christ was a Jew. The Old Testament is based The Old Testament is based on the God of the Torah.
Wait, I thought the Torah, I thought that was Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
It's more than that.
Yeah, definitely.
If you are ever interested, like, I would suggest complete reading the Old Testament and compare it to the Torah.
Yeah,
That would be a very interesting comparison for you. I feel like
it literally says that the Torah is like the first is the foundational text, and the first 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Yes. Oh, hold on. Yes, okay. It is translated into those books of Christianity, but it leaves out a lot. Leaves out a lot when translated into Christianity. So,
Did
like,
Moses only write those books, or did
Guys, I have
Moses
to go to
write
sleep
more
now, so
books?
good
Okay.
night. See you
there are a
tomorrow.
lot. There's a lot more Moses to go around in the Torah.
Yeah.
Also, how did Moses write Genesis if it was before he was born?
There's a lot of mysteries in the Bible. I'll tell you that.
I'm gonna Google this.
Go.
How did Moses know about Genesis if it was years before he was born?
You're wording it very specifically. You should just word it less specifically, like how did Moses write that part of the Bible or something like that.
How did Moses write Genesis?
What?
Okay.
Oh, through like.
Why did he
through
type that out
Revelation.
after he left?
I know he did say he'll go to. I did hear him say that, but still, yeah.
Also, who are these people in Exodus? Because it was talking about these 2 people with Moses. Who's Aaron?
Really?
Yeah,
Seriously?
I'm still a little bit confused on that.
He was one of the prophets.
It says that he was a high priest, but I don't know what's the difference between a high priest and just a regular priest now.
Bro, he was one of the prophets.
I thought Moses was the prophet, not Aaron.
Okay. Prophet is one who receives inspired word of God, and Aaron did. Therefore, he's a prophet.
Oh yeah.
The fuck was that?
What?
Like what? What is going on? Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, my head just hurts, man. This ibuprofen is not doing anything.
You might be dehydrated. Try drinking some water.
Oh shit! Fair enough.
Ooh.
I thought it also. Also, my mom likes to keep telling me that I always complain to her. I'm constantly getting these headaches, and she keeps blaming it on me not wearing my glasses.
What?
Okay. To be fair, not wearing your glasses when you need them is a cause of headaches.
I don't know what causes it, cause.
But also, drinking caffeine and not drinking enough water, also a very big cause of headache.
And also,
a very prominent cause of headaches.
Me and my mom like to drink different. Me and my parents like to drink 2 different types of coffee. They like to drink just like a classic brew, but then I like to kind of have a more concentrated coffee. Like I go, because my coffee maker, I think it's it's a Ninja machine. It's classic, but I like to go for the specialty 4-ounce one. It's less coffee than what they have, but it's more concentrated coffee. So it's closer to an espresso.
Yo, espresso, that shit has me hopping around.
What's not? I really want to get an espresso maker. Espresso
No,
sounds
honestly,
so good.
Honestly, like if you want some really good coffee,
Ugh, come on. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. D. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, crashed.
Oh wait, you guys don't live in Alberta, but
No.
is this common for you guys in Massachusetts? Because I don't know if this applies to you guys, but in Alberta, there's like a lot of like lifted Ram 1500s for some reason. Or just like a lot of big
Wait, what the hell?
diesel
we have a few of
trucks
those, but not too
everywhere.
many.
Bro,
Ooh.
Grand Prairie has so much like those like big diesel
Wait a minute.
like
Wait a
those
minute.
like
Big D.
wait a minute. I thought Canada was all about saving the environment, and now I hear that they're riding around in diesel trucks.
Oh my god.
well, I think that's mostly like the Eastern Canada that's trying to push that motive. Alberta has a lot of oil. There's a lot of like oil-based
Bro,
stuff.
fucking use it. Fucking use it. Like
Yeah.
seriously.
Why do you think
If
we
you-
have a whole? Why do you think we have a whole bunch of Ram 2500s and like F250s and like Chevy 2500s?
Yeah. Alright.
Why do you think we have all of those
Increments.
diesel trucks
And I
everywhere?
feel like that's why Alberta is more open to joining the United States. It's really heartwarming because the United States wants nothing more to join with Canada and become a unified front.
And also, how come every other province in Canada is blue, but Alberta is the only red province?
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know if you or most Canadians realize this, but Canada is vulnerable to the Russians. Like Canada would be taken over by Russia in an instant if the USA did not step in. So like, I wonder if most Canadians like actually realize that. Like without the USA, Canada would be taken over by Russia in an instant. The only reason that Canada is taken over by Russia is because of us. Because the Russians fear retaliation from the USA. Canada is protected by us, and they take us for granted.
Wow.
Is Kim Jong Un and Putin friends?
I don't know, but it kind of sounds like they would be because they're both kind of dictators. Like I mean Kim Jong Un is
That was kinda
definitely a
weird.
dictator. Like he is a communist like dictator like by definition, and he is terrible. But Putin is a different breed.
Okay.
I feel like they are different beasts.
Okay.
But in the right circumstances, they would align.
Okay, I'm
In the
gonna
right
restream.
circumstances, they would definitely become allies.
Yeah. Alright, it's been at 4 hours. I'm gonna just wrap it up now. Guys, I'm enjoying this live stream. At least I played that game for 1 hour.
Yeah.
That that boxing game, whatever. It was alright.
Wait, hold on. Boxing game or whatever. Hajime no Ippo, the fighting.
Yeah.
Hajime.
I mean, the title speaks for itself.
Hajime.
Black metal without distortion is
The
just
title
surf
speaks
rock.
for itself.
Hajime no Ippo.
Yeah,
And
it
is okay, this is not just a game, it's based off an anime. And if you like boxing, if you like good stories, like stories that make your heart warm, and you like comedy, and you like fighting anime, check out this anime. It's super good. You can get the first season on Netflix in English dub. Check it out. Check it out. I highly recommend it. This game, however, as Josh will probably explain, story mode was disappointing.
Yeah. Because it just jumps you right in. There's no instructions. There's no tutorial. There's no story or anything. Like, just yeah, no. But yeah, I just put some roots for that stream. But yeah. Anyways, we have some number of subs.
I also want to say thank you, Caleb, for the interesting discussions.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was being a little bit too excessive. If I was, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I find it very interesting to have discussions with people who I like. I'm not religious, but people who are religious, like you're always welcome here. No, I don't want anyone to feel unwelcome. If you're of a certain religion or something, like you're welcome here, and we welcome people and we have discussions. It's okay.
Yeah,
Like you're
really,
fine.
yeah, don't take what I said verbatim. It's literally just my opinion. And the reason why is because I do personally know a lot of people who are different religions in my life. So you guys don't have to take what I say verbatim.
No.
This is just my own opinion, so don't take it personally.
Right. It's a good thing. It's a good thing to learn about different religions, and different perspectives on life.
Damn it.
Also, one thing I was wondering is, I have the. Is there like 2 Bibles? Cause mine has 66 books, but then there's like a Catholic one with 73.
We have Cinema subs.
I don't. Alright.
2,713 plug watch hours. And 7 likes. 4 reviews. And that's it. Alright. Anyways, I'll see you guys next stream, which is tomorrow. Where I'll be playing GTA GTA 5 Enhanced, which is probably gonna go bad because it's a game that requires a lot of, shit.
Wait, it's gonna go bad? You said?
It's probably gonna go bad because it's probably laggy shit.
Damn.
It also has a lot of gigabytes as well.
Gigabytes.
No, okay. So I'm gonna probably make some space, which I can probably do. And I kind of wanted to clean up my computer a bit because I've been having a lot of files, stuff. So yeah. But yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I have to urinate.
No. Okay. Bye, everyone.